What's up, Woozies? How's everybody doing? Doing all right? Everybody okay? Where's my Tennessee people at? What's going on, man? What's going on, Tennessee? What's the problem? You know, what's the problem? Tennessee's in a bad way. What it looks like to me. Tennessee is in a bad way. Thumbs up. Yeah, y'all make sure y'all hit the thumbs up here at the start of the stream. Of course, got the Iron Bowl coming on at 7:30. Florida and Florida State over here. Florida all over them right now, 31-14. Coming up on the end of the third quarter. Virginia Tech and Virginia just underway over here. We've got North Carolina, NC State coming up tonight, Southern Cal and UCLA. So we got a bunch of great rivalry games coming up tonight. Of course, headlined by the Iron Bowl. We'll be keeping an eye on all the games. Talking some college football, maybe, just maybe, talking a little shit, too. Yeah, General Vol says, Tennessee got me down so bad, I'm turned the game off, and I'm watching wrestling with my son. Vabdu has passed Tennessee. Oh, my God. Dark days on Rocky Top. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Yeah, not a good day for Tennessee. FSU Games says congrats to Ohio, or no, FUS Games says congrats to Ohio State for winning their Super Bowl. Ohio State won their Super Bowl today. Congrats to them for that. Stephen of Houston, very generous super chat, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. He says, thanks for an awesome weekend of streaming these college football games. Man, thank you, Steven, and thank all of y'all for hanging out with me and watching these games. I have a great time every weekend hanging out with y'all watching these games. Even though there's a lot of you that are only here to try to get on my nerves in the comment section. Not you, of course, Steven of Houston, but believe it or not, there are a lot of people whose only goal in life is to get on my fucking nerves. Yeah. It's a sad situation, but it's a situation nonetheless, bud. Thomas Wilson says, how many Ohio State fans have you had complain about the weather? I heard it was snowing in Michigan. Well, the bad news is for Ohio State fans is that win doesn't count. I know they're excited because they didn't lose, but they didn't win either. Michigan had a player get injured in the first half of that game. And according to Ohio State crybaby fan rules, if a player gets hurt during a game and they lose, that loss doesn't count. So, I mean, I'm happy for Ohio State fans that they didn't lose, but by using Ohio State fan logic and rules, Ohio State didn't actually win. So, it is what it is. Has a team destroyed a program as bad as Georgia did Florida State in 2023? They've had a hard time recovering from that, hadn't they? They have had a hard time recovering from 63-3. They're a lifeless program. And to be honest with you, Florida's not in much better shape at all. I mean, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, going to get another Sun Belt coach, G5 John, to the rescue now in Gainesville. John Summerall, I guess, is, the guy they want now that Lane Kiffin gave him one of these or whatever. So they're going back to the Sun Belt well once again with G5 John. Oregon beat Oklahoma State 69-3. Yeah, a long time ago. What? I don't understand what the point of that comment is. Lou, does Vandy deserve a playoff spot in your mind? No, think they earned it with an SEC schedule. The reality is there's only 12 playoff spots. So if you're going to put Vandy in, in other words, that's half a question. You got to tell me who you're going to take out before you tell me who you're going to put Vandy. Right now, Vandy's not in. You got to take somebody out if you want to put Vandy in. So who are you taking out? Another 10-2 team? There's going to be 2 lost teams that get left out. Now, my ranking, I don't have Notre Dame or Miami in my top 12. I'd go Vabdu, whatever from there. But, the playoff committee is in love with Notre Dame for reasons unknown. Can we fire Mark Stoops now? I'll create a GoFundMe for it. Embarrassing showing by Kentucky today. Didn't score a single point. Did not score a single point. So, very embarrassing there. Congratulations to the Ohio State man. The better team won. Good luck in the playoffs. Go Blue always. Thank you for the super chat, Nizzy. Showing a lot of class here in the comment section. Showing up and congratulating the fans of his team's arch rival there, Ohio State. Very classy of you, Nizzy. Oklahoma's offense is dog shit. Yeah. I mean, they've got a low ceiling. They're going to get in the playoffs, and look, they could win a playoff game depending on who they get matched up with. I'm not saying they're some kind of terrible team, but when it comes to the playoff picture, Oklahoma's got a low ceiling in the playoffs because they're going to run into a game where they just can't score enough to win. Michigan fans congratulate the other team for winning, but Ohio State fans done. MSA, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, buddy. He says, hey, Lou, it's Pickle. No need to thank us. We as a community appreciate what you do and what you go through to host a show and put up with some of the idiots on here. So thank you. Contrary to popular belief, I actually enjoy some of the idiots on here. Now, every once in a while they take shit too far, but a lot of the times the idiots on here are just free entertainment for me, to be honest with you. No way Texas gets in. No, Texas not getting in. Texas not getting in, nor do they deserve to get in. You can make a case for Vandy if you tell me who you're going to take out, but there is no case to be made for Texas. There is no case to be made for Texas. Lou, why do you hate Southern Cal? I don't know what makes you think I hate Southern Cal. I can't think of any reason why I would hate Southern Cal. If Notre Dame loses tonight, do they still get in the playoffs? Five-star dummy. Hogman says it's been a long time since somebody not named Georgia has come into Neyland and whooped our ass like that. Got to give it up to the Doors. I remember Oklahoma coming in there and beating you about 3 weeks ago, but yeah, other than that, yeah, Georgia. Keith Parker says, I'm a free-spending idiot, Lou. Hey, the more free-spending idiots here, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Thank y'all for the super chats. Antonio Jenkins says, my Noles are terrible. Many blessings, Uncle Lou. Yeah, and unfortunately, no signs of turning around anytime ever because they're keeping Mike Norvell. He has no recruiting plan. His plan is to just turn the roster over every year in the portal. And the worse you get over time, the harder it is to even get portal players. So Florida State's not going to be any good next year either. That's really the worst news. Jay says, if Bama loses tonight, Vandy should get in the college football playoff. Yeah, if Bama loses, they're out. So that would open up a spot for another team, yes. Oklahoma damn near opened up a spot today for another team, but they did pull it out there against LSU. Scored a late touchdown to win the game. Lou, why is Vandy not a playoff team? Make it make sense. There are no playoff teams right now. Nobody's in the, I mean, if you're asking why they're not ranked in the top 12, it's because there's a lot of 1 and 2 loss teams this year. If you're going to put Vandy in, you got to take somebody out. Who are you taking out? So I should put that on the screen because I have a feeling I'm going to get asked that a million times. Why isn't Vandy in the playoffs? Who are you taking out? Is my question. I'm not saying Vandy's not a good team. They are a good team, but good enough to be a playoff team, that doesn't mean anything. The top 12 get in the playoffs. That's who gets in the playoffs. We're good enough to be in is not, that doesn't check any boxes. I mean, you either have to be in the top 12 or win your conference. And Vandy right now is not doing either. Looks like dogs in Bama again in Atlanta. Well, we won't know until after the Iron Bowl. It's either going to be Georgia versus Bama or Georgia versus Ole Miss. Notre Dame definitely doesn't belong in. No one thinks they should be in except idiot committee members. Yeah, I mean, the Notre Dame thing is baffling to me. People should just stop scheduling Notre Dame. I'm dead serious. There's not a school everybody in the country that has games scheduled with Notre Dame should call and cancel immediately. If Vandy gets in, that's 6 SEC teams. That's too many. They get credit for being in a soft league. The SEC is a soft league? See what I mean? Their trolls are here already. Congratulations to all my Ohio State peeps. Warren, thank you for the super chat. He says, hey Lou, blessings to you and yours. This holiday season, on a side note, I'm looking to get into a new career path. I think I want to become an SEC referee. Do you happen to know how much Georgia is paying these days? Georgia doesn't pay the refs. I don't know if you're brain dead or the refs are just bad at their job in every game. So I don't know what that means about Georgia paying the refs. It's funny. Nobody ever pays the refs until they're good. Then all of a sudden, whatever teams are good are paying the referees. You would think the bad teams would be paying the refs, but no, it's always the good teams. Alabama was paying the refs forever. Now Georgia's paying the refs. Whoever the best team is the one that's paying the refs. Weird how that works. Why doesn't Florida pay the refs? They're fucking terrible. They could use all the help they can get. How come no one ever accuses Florida of paying the refs? I don't understand. What are your thoughts on Vandy in the playoffs? Vandy's not in the playoffs, so I don't have any thoughts on Vandy in the playoffs. Oh, yeah, uh-oh. Y'all better quit fucking with me. It's my second cup of coffee. I'm telling you, y'all better leave me alone. Who paid the refs when Georgia played Bama? Now, if you can figure that out, that's because Bama pays the refs. That's all I've heard for 15 years. Georgia pays the refs. That's all I've heard for 5 years. What happens when Georgia plays Bama? Dang. Who pays the refs then? The home team? Who's responsible for that? Share Lou's videos, y'all. Let's get him a video with 1 million views. I'm definitely in favor of y'all sharing all of my videos. Oklahoma went 6-2 with an SEC schedule on steroids. OSU man says, good to know the counseling for Day worked and it's not a mental block anymore. Michigan also played better defense of their M logo than the game. Yeah, that was funny at the end of the game. Michigan's players surrounded their logo on the center of the field, so Ohio State couldn't go out there and do anything. That was kind of funny. That was kind of funny. Keith Parker says, Lou, what do you think of Miami now? As a Miami fan, I feel they're the best team in the ACC. Also, during Halloween in 1999, I gave kids mashed potatoes and cookies inside a cheap sandwich bag. The cops were called. What are you doing handing out mashed potatoes on Halloween, man? Come on, man. Come on. I don't know what I think about Miami, and really what I think about them is irrelevant. When it comes to Miami, what's important is what you know. What do we know about Miami? They're 10-2. They're not winning the ACC, and they beat Notre Dame. And Notre Dame's 10-2. Those are what we, and that should be enough. I think Miami should be ranked one spot ahead of Notre Dame. So, if you think Notre Dame's 8th, I think Miami should be 7th. If you think Notre Dame's 15th, I think Miami should be 14th. Dumb people using their EBT cash for super chats. Stop mistreating Lou. Yeah, there's only a couple of rules around here, but one of them is no mistreating me. The other one is, of course, don't tell me what to do. I did get it, Mike. Thank you, buddy. Who paid? Oh, if Georgia and Alabama play, it comes down to who paid the refs the most. Okay. I got you. What's my bets for tonight? We did a comment section bet at the beginning of the stream. The poll already ended. That was first half, Bama -4. So we have Bama -4 in the first half. We have UCLA +21. We have Virginia -4.5 in the first half. Florida -1. So we'll win that one here in a minute. Florida -1. That's a $100 winner. UNLV -7.5. And Virginia -8. Rooting for my Stanford Cardinal to help Vandy with a Notre Dame loss. Boy, that's a tall task there for Stanford to beat anybody. Nevertheless, Notre Dame. But yeah, they are playing today. Hey Lou, 579 here and only 38 likes. What? If I find out there's only 38 likes, I'm liable to shut this whole shit show down. No, there's 192 likes, but there's 621 people watching. That means we have to get to 300 likes here pretty quick. Y'all hit the thumbs up. The Iron Bowl will be starting here in just a few minutes. Got Virginia Tech on over here, Florida and Florida State on over here, Southern Cal and UCLA coming up in a little bit, North Carolina and NC State. So great rivalry games here for prime time. I'm gonna hang out with y'all and watch these games. And all I ask is that you hit the thumbs up. Not too much to ask. It takes almost no effort or energy at all on your part to hit that thumbs up. Breaking news, Lane Kiffin will make his decision immediately after the Super Bowl. Yeah, it keeps getting pushed back. It's pretty obvious to me what he's doing. He's waiting to see if Ole Miss is going to make the SEC championship game or not. So, if Bama loses, then he'll push the announcement off some more. Thank you for hiding that bot. I appreciate that. Virginia up 7-0 early over Virginia Tech. That's great. We're on Virginia in that game. So looking good there. Florida up pretty big over Florida State. We've got Florida -1 in that one. So hopefully get us a couple of winners here. And then I'll let y'all pick the bet on the Alabama-Auburn game. And y'all picked Alabama -4 in the first half. So we'll see if we can get us some winners tonight. Yeah, $100 million for 7 years. About $15 million a year. That whole league was pushing to be kicked out of the conference championship. What, the ACC? Is Kiffin determining when the announcement is made, or is Ole Miss? I thought he had a deadline. Well, he's waiting to see if Bama loses. If Bama loses, Ole Miss is in the SEC championship game, and maybe he sticks around. I don't know what his thought process is. It's pretty obvious he's looking for a reason to leave Ole Miss. That's pretty obvious to me that he doesn't want to be there anymore. But it's hard to get inside the mind of Lane Kiffin. I have no idea what he's going to do. Kiffin theme song: Should I stay or should I go? Should I stay or should I go now? Yeah, it's a good one. That's a good one. Thank you, Justin, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Devil Dog, thank you for the super chat. Says, as a Vols fan living in Nashville, I'm finding it hard to be mad at Vandy winning since they saved my daughter's life when she was born at Vandy. Well, that's definitely one way to look at the glass half full. I'm obviously happy that they were able to do something for your daughter there. Trucking with Jeter, thank you for the super chat. Says, go Gators. What's up, Jeter? Virginia's got a player down, and it doesn't look good. A linebacker for Virginia hurt on the play. They're still up 7-0 in that one over Virginia Tech. Keith Parker, what's up, buddy? Instead of a thumbs up, could I just throw my legs up like my mother did the night I was created? I mean, can you do both? Can you do that and hit the thumbs up? Florida State might have to end their program. Who thought it was a good idea to keep Mike Norvell? The financial department at Florida State. The accounting department told they didn't have the money to pay him. They're broke. Anyone watching the Michigan State versus Maryland game is a total sicko. You have a college football addiction problem. I said the same thing earlier about, was it Boston College and Syracuse played earlier today? I'm like, holy shit, imagine you're sitting around watching that game on the edge of your seat. Lou, do you think Pavia sealed the Heisman? I think conference championship weekend will decide it. What say you? Most of the Heisman votes are sent in before the conference championship games. Heisman voting starts Monday. Heisman voting starts Monday. And no, I don't think Pavia will win it. I think it'll be Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame. Mewtwo, thank you for the super chat. Very generous of you, sir. He says, look at Florida about to control, alt, delete a team from bowl eligibility. Also have a good time watching these games with a bit of a shit talk. Oh yeah, shit talk's the best part about college football, ain't it? That's the best part about it. Micah says, Notre Dame fans are not liking you this week. I mean, it's the same song and dance every time. Whatever team I happen to be talking about, then I must just hate that team and not like that team. I mean, I don't have love or hate or anything in between for Notre Dame, but the reality is they're 10-2. Their best wins are Navy and Southern Cal. They lost to Miami, who is also 10-2. Miami should be ranked ahead of Notre Dame. I don't care whether Notre Dame's 8th or 15th, but if Notre Dame's 8, Miami should be 7, and if Notre Dame's 15, Miami should be 14. The games that we play have to matter. They just have to matter. Now, if Miami would have lost today, that's a different story. Also, I know the committee changes their criteria constantly, but what about Miami beating Pitt today on the road at Pitt, worse than Notre Dame did? I mean, are they going to bring that up? Common opponent? Are they going to bring that up? I don't understand how somehow who Notre Dame lost to is more impressive than who Miami beat, which is Notre Dame. It's just, it makes no sense. It's got nothing to do with Notre Dame and everything to do with the circumstances. Well, Oklahoma damn near shit the bed, but they got it done. Yeah, that late touchdown sealed the deal for them, and they're headed to the playoffs. Thank you, Sooners fan. CD says, I was a freshman at Troy when Summerall won the Sun Belt his last year there. Excited to see what he does in the SEC. Go Dogs and Trojans. Banjo, what's up, buddy? Thank you for the super chat. He says, Josh Heupel for 2025 International Eating Champion for 5 years in a row. Getting his practice in tonight at Golden Corral. Yeah, he's going to fuck up a Shoney's in about 45 minutes from now. Soon as he gets done with his post-game press conference and the crying routine he does with that, he's going to absolutely obliterate a Shoney's buffet. I multitask, Lou. Thumbs up and legs up. There you go, Keith. I knew you could do it, buddy. I really did. I knew you could do it. I feel Auburn is going to win, says Stocky. Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't bet the game. I let the comment section pick the bet on that one, and they took Alabama -4 in the first half. So we'll see what happens. Boy, I mixed some beer in my gravy, and I'm straight gargling that stuff now. The gravy to mashed potatoes ratio is 69-1 right now. Thank you, Jolish, for the ever-increasing weird comments and super chats. I appreciate it. Virginia with the ball and a 7-point lead, throwing deep down the sideline over the head of the intended receiver. Incomplete. Got to be 2nd and 10. They're on the Virginia Tech side of the 50. Josh Heupel was spotted in Gainesville, but it ended up just being a manatee. God dang. Well, Josh Heupel's getting murdered in here today. Absolutely murdered. What's up, Wilkie? This Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for not having to use the ESPN app to watch today's games. Yeah, the ESPN app, boy, when that YouTube TV shit was going on, the ESPN app is absolute dog shit. I'm serious. It might be the worst app I've ever used. I'm not kidding, trolling. That's not fake news. That's not even alternative facts. It's really fucking bad. Really fucking bad. FSU Florida is an all-time cripple fight. Yeah. 2 dead programs duking it out on national television. Mewtwo just donated 5 Uncle Lou memberships. Thank you, Mewtwo. Congratulations to those of you that scooped that up. Last one here. Do you know where pirates bought their hooks from back in the day? A second-hand store. Aha. I see what you did, Keith Parker. I see what you did there. The Thinian says, how far do you think A&M will fall? I think they will be the lowest ranked one-loss team. I think they will fall behind all the other one-loss teams. They don't have the resume because of the SEC schedule they played. They don't have the resume that the other teams do. I think they will fall behind the other one-loss teams and ahead of the 2-loss teams. Lou, how excited are you for the GOAT Dan Mullen to get his 10th win this season tonight? Fuck the kitty pack. I'm really excited. In fact, I'm so excited I bet on him to win and cover. I took UNLV minus the points, and if I have to, I'll go get my fucking UNLV hat and put that motherfucker on if I need to. When that when's that game come on till like 9 or something? Yeah, if I have to, I'll go get my fucking UNLV hat. I'm not fucking around tonight. UNLV plays at 9, yeah. Shout out UNLV. Your live stream when UGA beat Ohio State made me a lifer, says Strength of a Walrus. That was a great fucking game, man. A great game. New Year's Eve. Game ends right at the stroke of midnight. I mean, that was just a hell of a game. That was a fun stream. Thank you, Walrus and CCM and the Thinian. I appreciate y'all hitting the super chat to support the show today. Yeah. I read on Patriot News that Auburn will win. Uh-oh. Well, you know what that means. Put all your money on Bama. UNLV and Lou Shiesty. I got me a Lou Shiesty mask. I ordered one. I had it made. It's supposed to be here like the first week of December, so maybe this coming week I'll get it. But yeah, I did order a Lou Shiesty mask. I'm going to save it for a Your Season Is Over video, probably. Later, Lou and everyone. Love you all. All right, Keith. Enjoy your Saturday night, buddy. Thanks for stopping by, my man. Good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. Florida State with the ball, but they're down 20. Just trying to get some feel-good points now. They're just across midfield. It's going to be 3rd and about 4. Virginia with the ball, 7-point lead. They're on their own 40-yard line. Pass complete behind the line of scrimmage and tackled behind the line of scrimmage for a loss. I will say I hate Georgia fans the least out of Tennessee, Auburn, Georgia, and LSU. I guess that's kind of a compliment. It's your turn to... All right, yeah, get off the roof, man. We're on Bama -4 first half, so you got nothing to worry about in the first half. Bama will be winning at halftime by more than 4. Let's get through the first half, Dave. Then we'll focus on the second half. You got to break this down, okay? Don't focus on the whole game. We're focused on the first half. We'll walk you through that. All right, Dave? Bama will be winning by more than 4 because we bet Bama -4 first half. And then we'll see what the first half looked like, and then we'll see what we need to do as far as talking you down about the second half, okay? Is that fair? Felt real good to beat the dog shit out of UM. Michigan, yeah. That was a good win for Ohio State. Dominated them, really. Dominated them. Now, that was not a touchdown. That first touchdown Ohio State scored, that was not a fucking touchdown. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the referees and the officiating, but holy shit, the guy was clearly bobbling the fucking ball as he crossed the goal line and then stepped out of bounds while still bobbling the ball. I mean, they'd have won the game anyway, but that's just another example of just this terrible fucking officiating. As a Georgia fan... Seeing Day beat Michigan gives me hope Kirby will beat Bama. Well, they will if they play next. Bama is lucky enough to win tonight. Georgia will beat them next week. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to wait long. Georgia's undefeated against Alabama all time in same season rematches, and that streak will continue if Alabama lucks up and wins this game on the road at Auburn. Here's to having someone look at me the way Josh Heupel looks at a twin cheese chili dogger. Thank you, Drew and Nicholas and Nick Koenig for the super chats. I appreciate that. Joe says, check the PayPal. What'd you do this time, Joe? You got money on the Bama game, Joe? Maybe you tell me in this PayPal. Let's see. Joe's a degenerate gambler like I am, so don't pay me and him any attention. We can't help ourselves. We're sick in the head, aren't we, Joe? It's a sickness and a disease. Yep, here we go. Joe says, I dropped the bag on Bama tonight. Ready for a rematch in the SEC title game. Hope all is well with you, Lou. Yeah, you too, Joseph. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, man. Thank you again. I'm thankful for you this holiday season. You're always very kind and generous. And I appreciate it, my man. I hope y'all enjoy the holidays. And yeah, I'm on Bama too. I'm on Bama today too. So hopefully we both win that one. How can you leave Vandy out after that Vol ass whooping? Well, you can say that about every team that's already in, though. So tell me who you're going to take out. And then somebody's going to say, how can you leave them out when they did this, this, and this? That's the problem. Saying Vandy should be in is half of a thought. It needs to be accompanied by the second half of the thought, which is Vandy should be in instead of whatever. And then you got to tell us who you think should be out so that then everybody else in the comment section can then tell you, well, no, they should be in because this, this, and this. We win the game if they changed the call, took all the momentum from us, but we'll be back. Year Underwood is better than saying. What? Bro, I don't know what planet you've been living on. Bryce Underwear is nowhere near as good as Julian Saint. Bryce Underwear is terrible. He's Jalen Mildew with a Michigan helmet on. You know what Bryce Underwear needs to do? You're not going to want to hear this. Bryce Underwear needs to get the fuck out of Michigan if he ever wants to be a decent quarterback. Sharon Moore's offenses, I mean, is it 1950? These offenses that Michigan's running are pitiful. I don't understand the point in paying all that money for Bryce Underwear just to run the same offense they ran last year. I don't understand that at all. At all. I mean, Winning every game 13-10 might be interesting, but I don't think it's a very successful long-term plan. Kiffin to LSU. Auburn wins. Georgia plays a coachless Ole Miss in the SEC championship. Dang. All right, they're getting ready to kick things off in the Iron Bowl. They're interviewing Kalen DeBoer here pregame. Texas will probably dominate in the playoff. In what year? Not this year, because they're not going to be in it. Both Auburn and Alabama have two mascots. Auburn has the tiger and eagle. Alabama has the elephant in a menstrual cycle. Thank you, John, for the super chat. Hey, Plunkett, what's up, buddy? Boy, this coffee is going down easy. This coffee is going down easy. I might have to start yelling and screaming in here. Y'all best not fuck with me. Virginia is punting the ball away here. Second quarter just underway. Virginia up 7-0 at home against Virginia Tech. 3 minutes to go in the Florida State game. Florida's up 13, 34-21. Is Indy Sean still alive, Lou? I hope not, but I don't know. Not enough likes up in here. Oh, no, don't tell me that. I just went on a rant about the likes a few minutes ago. Don't tell me they're not where they need to be. Hypo getting roasted in here. I saw the pile of meat and thought somebody had finally butchered Bevo. Well, Georgia butchered him 3 weeks ago. Sit down somewhere. Don't tell me what to do. I don't have the ability to sit down and watch college football. So, but besides that, don't tell me what to do. All right, getting ready to kick things off in the Iron Bowl. Here we go. If Bama wins, they are in the SEC championship game and in the playoffs. If they lose, they're in neither one. All right, let's go. Let's get it started here. Virginia Tech with the ball, 2nd and 5. They're going to keep it on the ground. Might have gained a yard. That's it. 3rd down coming up for the Hokies. They trail Virginia 7-0 with 14 minutes to go in the first half. Auburn will be kicking off, so the Gumps will get the ball first. Is Florida State man going to blame something today, says Nick Koenig. I don't know, but if they do blame something, it'll be Kirk Herbstreit, the SEC, ESPN, the playoff committee, or some cabal of top secret NWO Bilderberger type Illuminati people that they blame everything on. The real culprit is that they wasted all their money on attorney's fees. All right, this kick's going to be returned from the 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Out of bounds at the 30. A great return by Alabama here from the 5 all the way out to the 30. 1st and 10, Gumps. Underway here in the Iron Bowl. Bryce Underwood wears tidy whitey, says Trace Lothar. What's up, Trace? Lothar of the Hill people. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? $2 for Lou. I'll bet at Sharice won't tip you a dime. Boy, y'all ride Sharice hard. Y'all ride Sharice so hard in that comment section. All right, 1st and 10, Bama. They're on their own 30. Game just started here. Simpson, shotgun, snap, back to throw because they can't run the ball. Throws over the middle, incomplete. Intended for Jeremy Bernard. Pass falls incomplete. Going to be 2nd down now. To the 1.5 Washington Husky fans in here, good game. Lou, you're the man. Yeah, I lost money on Washington today. I had Washington +7, and they didn't cover. Why is the committee so in love with Notre Dame? I have no idea. You'd have to ask them. I can't speak for them, and I don't know what goes on in their head. So I've got no idea. No clue. 2nd and 10. Snap. Jet sweep this time. Gets to the corner. Shoved out of bounds, but not before he picks up about 7 or 8 yards. It's going to be 3rd and short now for Alabama. 3rd and about 2. There is a flag down, though. What is this, holding? What we got going on here now? Holding on the Gump-tards. That's going to erase what would have been a good play and make it 2nd and long now. Boy, the penalty problems for Bama continue under Kalen DeBoer. They're one of the most penalized teams in the country the last 2 years. Just an undisciplined hot mess. That's what Alabama is. Just an undisciplined hot mess that can't even beat Florida State. 14:40 to go. First quarter just underway here in the Iron Bowl. Instead of 3rd and 2, it's going to be 2nd and 20. They're on their own 21. Simpson in a shotgun again. Comes up to talk to the center. Now he backs up and he's ready to go. Motion. Snap, back to throw. Looking left. Now right. Dumps it off in the flat to Jam Miller. Ridden out of bounds after a gain of 4 or 5, and there was a flag down on the tackle. Are they going to get Auburn with a face mask? Or what? I mean, what happened? They threw a flag right where the tackle was made. Yep, face mask on Auburn. Wow, that's not good. You got Alabama backed up 3rd and 15, and you give them a free 1st down with a face mask penalty. That's not good, Hoss. Oh, yeah, definitely got him right by the front of the face mask. Good call by the official there. Automatic 1st down for the Gumps. That gets them out of a hole here early. Tennessee might be softer than Bama, and that's sad. God dang, that would be sad. That would be real sad. All right, 1st and 10, Bama now all the way up on the 40. Empty backfield for Ty Simpson. 5 wide. Snap, back to throw. Looks right. Now back to his left. Throws. Is that caught? No, incomplete. Intended for Jeremy Bernard over near the sideline. Diving attempt, but comes up incomplete. 2nd and 10 now. Underwood transferring to Virginia Tech. Dang. Dang. He needs to. Michigan's no place for a quarterback. Michigan is no place for a quarterback. They die on the vine there. 2nd and 10. Bama on the 40. Their own 40. Empty backfield again. Ty Simpson throws. Complete to Jeremy Bernard for a gain of about 6 or 7. It's going to be 3rd down coming up now for Bama. Jane's Film, thank you for the super chat. What do you think will happen with Miami and Notre Dame? I think Miami should be ahead of them, but the committee has pretty much told us that that's not going to happen. I think it should. Simpson back to throw. Going deep. Has a man. Overthrew Jeremy Bernard. Had him on a deep post route and just barely overthrew him. James Film, that was a good try, though. I'll give you a 6 out of 10 on the effort there. But you got to try a lot harder than that, bud. I'm a professional. This ain't my first rodeo. I know what the fuck I'm doing. But that was a good try. All right, Bama's going to have to punt it away here on 4th and 3. So the Barners will have the ball. Fair catch called and made at the 14. 1st and 10, Auburn. This will be their first possession of the game. Does Malachi Moore still coach? No, they fired him last year because they went 9-3 and missed the playoffs. That's why he's not back this year. Y'all need to stop trolling Lou. Who's trolling me? Do I need to... I guess I'll put this back up on the screen, but don't tell me what to do. I can put the other one back on there too. Where's the other one? There's another one too that apparently I need to put back on the screen. This is a serious professional channel. And there's absolutely no trolling allowed. Who's worse, Dion or Belichick? I guess I'm gonna have to go Dion on that one. Thank you, CCM. Trey says underwear is transferring to Depends for women. Florida with the ball in the red zone. They're going to score again here with 1:50 to go. That's going to make it 41-21. There's a flag down, though, so let's check the flag. Virginia has the ball back. They're up 7. Flags down. I think they're going to get Virginia for a hold here. That's going to back them up. And that touchdown is going to come off the board for Florida on a holding call. So still 34-21, under 2 minutes to go. Lou, rumors Florida just hired Diego Pavia's mom as their new head coach. Well, they tried something like that with Dan Mullen when they had Dan Mullen's wife making out with all the football players by the bus before all the home games. So that they must have something similar in mind for Diego Pavia's mom. Another injured player in the Virginia game. Florida on 3rd and 7 picks up about 4. It's going to be 4th and 3 now for the Gators. They're inside the Florida State 15 with 1:30 to go and the clock's ticking. Trace, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says Florida State should hire a coach that can beat Florida. Maybe Billy Napier. I don't know. Florida's hiring G5 John, I guess. I thought G5 John was going to Auburn, but I guess the word now is G5 John's going to Florida. Stop mistreating Uncle Lou and like the stream, for fuck's sake, says Jeremy Morris. There you go. Tell him, Jeremy. Tell him. Jeremy's not going to take no shit off of y'all. Adam, thank you for the super chat. He says, would be funny as fuck if Underwood transferred to Ohio State and beat them the next couple of years. Has anybody ever transferred from Ohio State to Michigan or from Michigan to Ohio State? I wonder how that would work out for them. Probably not well. All right, 1st and 10 Auburn, their first possession. Quarterback draw. I think, is that Deuce Knight? Or Ashton Daniels? Auburn wants to go quick here. That was Ashton Daniels. Gain of about 5. 2nd and 5. Empty backfield again. Snap. Back to throw this time. Under pressure. Escapes and falls down. Got away from the pressure, but then got tackled by the grass monster. Loss on the play. It's going to be 3rd and long for the barn. Over 700 people in here and only 480 likes. Just as pitiful as Tennessee is in any big game. Dang. I don't want my channel to be compared to Tennessee football in any way. Florida on 4th and 3 is going to score a touchdown here. And now it is going to be 41-21. About a minute to go in that game. Auburn 3rd and 11 on their own 14-yard line. Empty backfield. Back to throw. Tunnel screen. Batted down. Incomplete. 4th and 11 and Auburn will have to punt it. I want a petition for Bryce Underwood to have unlimited eligibility at Michigan. Put Deuce Knight in. I'm sure they will at some point. He played a lot last week. Just saw that Kirby has more wins in a coach's first 10 seasons than anyone else. Yes, Kirby has more wins in his first 10 years than any other coach in history. That is true. That is true. We need more bets and more coffee. Well, we got plenty of bets out. We don't need more bets. That's just not true. I've got $600 worth of bets out right now, so we definitely don't need any more. That's fake news. As far as the coffee goes, I'll get some more in a little bit. Every time I look up at this Virginia Tech game, either somebody's injured or they're punting. And right now it happens to be that they're punting. 1st and 10, Bama with good field position after that Auburn punt. They're on their own 46. Looks like offsides on Auburn here. Florida wins the Garbage Can Bowl. The only player I want to return is Jaden Baugh. What a beast. Anyway, here's some money, Lou. You have a blessed holiday, man. Thank you, Being Supreme. Happy holidays to you too, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, Jaden Baugh is he's a good running back. Venom says, I enjoy your videos and your life stories. Dang. Yeah, you can learn a lot from Uncle Lou life stories. A lot of what not to do. You can learn from my mistakes. Yeah. You should have a list of what bets you made on screen. No, I like it better when people ask me every 30 seconds or so. Here, screenshot that. Alabama's trying to run the ball. I don't know why. They're terrible at it. Gained a yard. Ball rushed for 266 yards today and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, huge day for him. Huge day for him. 56 seconds to go. Florida State's got the ball. They're going to try to make themselves feel better here at the end of the game, but not likely to work. Incomplete pass on 1st down. Empty backfield now for Simpson on 2nd and 3. Just across midfield. Snap, back to throw. Rolls out to his left. Throws incomplete. In and out of the hands of the intended receiver. 3rd and 3 coming up now for Alabama. Empty backfield again, 5 wide. 3rd and 3 just across midfield. Simpson waiting on the snap. Looks left, looks right, looks over the middle, looks back left again, running for his life now. Gets rid of it. Caught. Might be short of the 1st down, though. Daniel Hill with the catch, but he's going to be a yard short. So 4th and 1 for the Gumps here on the Auburn side of the 50. Probably going to go for it here. Here we go, 4th and half a yard. Ty Simpson in a shotgun, moving pieces around now. He's under center, and now they're going to call a timeout. Play clock was winding down. Ty Simpson had to call a timeout there. Thoughts on Michigan fans being mad that Carnell Tate and Bryce Underwood did a photo shoot together for Hollister? Yeah, I don't really care one way or the other. Michigan Man says, all jokes aside, we might have turned Ryan Day into a monster. He coaches differently since we beat him. I think they go back to back, unfortunately. Thank you for the super chat, Michigan Man. Paid 50 and still don't have a wrench. If you don't have a wrench, that's because you weren't on the Patreon stream. How do I don't know you're on the Patreon stream unless you're on the Patreon stream, bud. The Patreon streams and the wrenches have been working the same way for 7 years. Paid 50 on Patreon. If you signed up for Patreon, then come to a Patreon stream and you get a wrench. The wrenches are given out on the Patreon streams. Every single Patreon stream I've ever done. I still want to know why the Georgia Tech game yesterday on the very damn first play, that wasn't a safety. I've seen people complain about that. I didn't notice it at the time, so I'd have to go back and watch it. Is a wrench just a moderator? Yeah, I hand out moderator wrenches on my Patreon streams. Everybody on my Patreon stream gets a moderator wrench. Lou, thoughts on Michigan basketball team this year? They are destroying all the opponents. I don't watch enough basketball to have any opinions on any basketball teams at all. I gamble on college basketball, but beyond that, I don't know anything about it. I couldn't tell you one college basketball player's name. We had to beat Georgia Tech and the referees yesterday. Buckeyes just so loaded all over the field. You think BYU is a playoff team? Do I think they're ranked in the top 12? Is that what you're asking me? I'm not sure what you're asking me. I do a top 25 video every week. You can just go click on that video and you'll see where I think every team should be ranked. All right, 4th and 1 for Bama. Here we go. Tight formation for Bama. Simpson in a shotgun. Now he comes up under center. Snap, quarterback sneak, first down, Bama. Needed a yard, gain 2. That was a lot of talking and moving around just to run a quarterback sneak. If Mike Cox fires Shane next year, do you think it'd be good if they hired Dan? Would not want him to leave UNLV for anywhere else, though. I think Dan Mullen's a good coach, yeah. Arch Cheeks Manning. Thank you for the super chat. He says, congrats to the Buckeyes on their first win versus Michigan since 2019. Ryan Day improves to 1-2 versus Sharon Moore. All facts there. All facts there. 1st and 10, Bama picks up about 8. I think that's Jam Miller with the carry. Was the 2008 Florida team the most talented and best season ever in the SEC? No. They didn't even go undefeated. That's a ridiculous question. I don't think anybody has ever thought that was the... I've never even heard 2008 Florida mentioned in the conversation for best or most talented team. Ever. Until right now. But no. The answer is no. Jam Miller on the ground on 2nd and 2, gains 3, first down, Bama to the Auburn 32. Still 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go in the first quarter. No score in the Iron Bowl. Virginia's up 7-0 over Virginia Tech, but they're in the red zone. 2nd and 5 on the 7-yard line. They keep it on the ground for a gain of maybe a yard. 3rd down and about 4 coming up for Virginia on the 6. Lou, I know you say Auburn is the biggest little brother program, but I say Florida State is as well. Florida State has 2 fathers in Florida and Miami, and so does Auburn. I see the point you're making, but Georgia and Bama are way better programs than Florida State and Miami are right now. It's really not even close. Georgia and Bama have won, what, 5 of the last 8 or 9 national titles. Florida State and Miami haven't. I mean, Florida State hadn't won one in 13 years. Miami hadn't won one in 25 years. Simpson, running for his life, has to throw it away. That was on 2nd and 5. Going to be 3rd and 5 now. 7:40 to go in the first quarter. Yeah, Bama's field goal kicker is hot fucking garbage. They booed his ass out of the stadium last week against Eastern Tobago or whatever high school team Alabama was playing. He missed a field goal against them, and they had to put him in a witness protection program. Touchdown, Virginia. It's going to be 14-0. That's good for the Pay-Lou movement. We have a bet on Virginia -4 in the first half over there. Ty Simpson doing a lot of talking to the line of scrimmage, now to the tight end, now to the running back, now to the line of scrimmage again. 2 seconds on the play clock, and he's going to have to call another timeout. They spend an inordinate amount of time trying to talk to people before they just run the fucking play. That's the second time they've had to take a timeout because of that. I hope Notre Dame loses tonight so bad. I literally won't give you my cum or dingleberries. Okay, good. Good. I wouldn't want that. I appreciate you not giving that to me. That dog shit kicker is why my Sooners beat their asses in Tuscaloosa. All right, 3rd and 5, and coming out of a timeout, they're still doing the... Ty Simpson is literally going player to player and talking to everybody out of a timeout. That's fucking weird. Now he's ready, though. Snap, back to throw, 3rd and 5. Under pressure, has to get rid of it and throws it out of bounds. Nowhere to go with the ball. 4th and 5. All right, it's time for Alabama fans to close their eyes and cross their fingers. It is your favorite time. It's field goal time. Let's go. It's Alabama field goal time. Come on, man. Get out your fucking voodoo dolls or your lucky socks or whatever the fuck it is you have. It's time to watch the greatest show on earth, Under the Big Top. The circus that is the Alabama field goal unit. Here we go. Connor Talty with a 45-yard attempt right in the middle of the field. Every high schooler in the country can make this, and by some miracle, so can Talty. He gets to live another day. He gets to live another day. The Alabama fans are not going to kill him, at least not yet. 3-0, Alabama takes the lead. Salty will miss one later that will cost them. Well, I mean, it's possible. It's more than possible. It might even be likely. Three to nothing. That's the game over. Alabama's going to win 100-0 now. They scored first. Game over. Might as well shut the stream down. Oh man. Who do you want, Bama or Ole Miss? I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. DeBoer looks like he's ready to cry at any time. Can you throw the FSU helmet in the trash tomorrow? I've thrown the FSU... Now, I did leave the Florida and the Florida State helmet on the Your Season is Over wall. I took all the helmets off the Your Season is Over wall and put them back where they go, except Florida and Florida State I left over there, upside down. So they'll just stay over there. Which fitness gym do I donate to with Hypo support? Ain't no fitness gym for Hypo. What if Bama wins, but Ty Simpson gets her? Can the playoff committee leave them out? The playoff committee can do whatever they want. A lot of your season is over or really going to be over. Why hasn't Lane Kiffin made his decision yet if everyone knows where he's going? It was supposed to happen at 10 o'clock this morning, then noon, then 1 o'clock, then 4 o'clock, then 7 o'clock. Now, the latest I heard is after this game. He may be waiting till after this game because it's possible Ole Miss is going to the SEC. If Bama loses this game, Ole Miss plays in the SEC championship next week. And maybe that factors into it for Lane. I don't know. But he appears to be waiting for this game. People actually think Georgia tried yesterday. Georgia did try yesterday, buddy. There's no such thing as a team that takes the football field not trying to win. That doesn't happen. That happens in the mind of the fan when they try to justify why somebody or some team played like shit. Georgia just played a terrible fucking game offense. Let me ask you this. Did the defense try? Because that was probably the best game the defense has played all year. So are you telling me that the plan was for the offense not to try, but for the defense to try? I mean, you know Georgia Tech's in the top 5 of every offensive category on the planet, right? Points scored, total yards, all that shit. And we shut them down. So when you say Georgia didn't try yesterday, do you mean that just the offense didn't try because it played bad? And you're trying to make yourself feel better about that by saying the offense didn't try when obviously the defense was trying super fucking hard? Do you ever think about the things you type before you type them? People who have that type of mentality, like you have, oh, they didn't try, oh, they didn't want to do that, they didn't want to do that. You've never competed or excelled at anything at a high level in your entire life if that's the mindset you have. It doesn't exist where a team takes the field to not try. So I mean, that's just something fans say to try to make themselves feel better when somebody on their team or part of the team or whatever doesn't play well. I'm convinced Kalen DeBoer doesn't wash his clothes. I swear he's been wearing the same hoodie since week 4. Maybe he's superstitious that way. Maybe he's superstitious. DeBoer looks like Ernest Worrell. Is that Ernest from the like the Ernest Goes to Camp movies from back in the day? Thank you, call him Sir and Garrett Roberts. I appreciate the super chats. Georgia tried as hard as they could yesterday. The offense just didn't play. The offense just didn't play well, and Georgia Tech's defense did play well. Gunnar Stockton had the worst game of his career, completed 50% of his passes for 7 yards. I can assure you that was not the plan, was for Gunnar to complete 50% of his passes for 70 yards. It's just Georgia just played a bad game offensively. Hypoleted Jim, what is his favorite machine? The vending machine. He want to get some of them ho-hos, don't he? I do have to ask your setup. The LED lights, are those the strips or singles changing my man cave? Well, I have a bunch of these, but I've got 2 of them out right now. And then, all right, real quick, let me put the other screen on. I'll show you what I have up here. Those are smart bulbs up there. So I can brighten them up, turn them down, turn them off. Change the color. Keith Parker, thank you again for the super chat. He says, that's like a girl playing defense against a dude that is aggressive, wanting a mutual experience like Bill Cosby or P. Diddy. Bama's got the ball back already. Kicked the field goal a few minutes ago. They're up 3-0. 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. Simpson back to throw. Nearly intercepted. Boy, he should not have thrown that. He tried to hit the tight end on a short out route, but the Auburn defender jumped it and just dropped it. But that should have been an easy interception here for the Auburn man. You got to catch that, boss. That should have been, Ty Simpson dodged a bullet there. That should have been a turnover. That should have been a turnover. Why isn't a 5-star QB playing for the Barn? Which one? They got 2 of them. They got Jackson Arnold and Deuce Knight. Jackson Arnold's dog shit, and Deuce Knight's a true freshman, so I think that's why they're not playing. Bama on the ground gains a yard, which for them is pretty good. It's going to be 3rd and 9 now. Yeah, Auburn should have picked that off here a couple plays ago. Should have picked that off for sure. 3rd and long now for Bama. Let's see if Auburn's defense can come up with a stop here. They're on their own 36. Simpson in a shotgun. Of course, he's got to go talk to everybody first. Talking to the line of scrimmage, talking to the running back, yelling at the receivers, talking to the running back again. Okay, now he's ready. Snap, blitz, throws to nobody. 4th and 9. Alabama will have to punt it away. Simpson looks like he has no idea what he's looking at defensively for Auburn. He looks confused, honestly. The receiver ran a different route than Simpson threw a go route. Jeremy Bernard ran about a 7-yard stop route. Auburn's defense going to have to score if Auburn wants points. Yeah, their offense is not good. Not good at all. I actually would rather have Bama at the bends than Ole Miss. Ole Miss offense leaps and bounds better. All right, Auburn's got the ball back, but can they do anything with it? We're about to find out. Let's check on our bets and see how our bets are going. We have Bama -4 in the first half, so we would need Bama to score again. We've got Virginia -4.5 in the first half. They're up 14-0. We've got Virginia -8 full game. We've got UCLA +21, but that game, is that game on yet? Do I need to fix the scoreboard? How come nobody told me? USC's up 7-0 over UCLA. Second quarter just underway. We've got UCLA +21 in that one. And UNLV -7.5, which comes on at 9 o'clock. So we're looking okay with the bets for right now. Guess we can put that one on over here. I had the SMU game on over here, but I guess we can put the USC UCLA game on for a little bit. North Carolina and NC State are on too. Auburn quarterback scrambles, throws, complete at the line of scrimmage. Tackled right away. Gain of a yard. Gonna be 3rd and 9 now for Auburn. Favorite G5 helmet? Good question. Favorite G5 helmet. It's hard for me to pick a favorite. These are four that I like them all, but these are 4 that I really like. Tulane, I think that's a pretty good looking helmet there. Tulane. I like this Marshall helmet, the red, white, and blue from, I think, Veterans Day. They wore this one year. That's a good looking helmet. I like this Boise State helmet. Matte black with the Bronco head on the side, Boise State. And I like this one too. It's hard to tell on camera, I know, but this helmet is actually brown. Can you see the difference? This one, the Boise State helmet here, this is matte black. This one's brown. Western Michigan. That's a pretty good looking helmet too. I just got this one. This is my newest one. Hadn't even taken it out of the box yet. My colon just unleashed the wrath of Khan inside my toilet. Now it's time for a shower. That's pretty bad when you gotta take a shower afterwards. Is Auburn gonna get Pat Fitzgerald? Who else is there? Well, Summerall, Jed Fish is still maybe available to somebody. Golish, Silverfield at Memphis. Play action pass, Bama pass, complete, or was he bobbling it? Looked like he was bobbling it. The referees are talking about it now. Incomplete pass. So it's going to be second down now. Indiana winning it all would have the committee and commissioners saying changes need to be made. I think Indiana's a good team. I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be shocked if they beat Ohio State next week. I'll probably pick Ohio State to win, but it wouldn't be some kind of shocking outcome to me if Indiana won that game. Kind of looks like a catch on the replay here. They're reviewing it. It kind of looks like he had a foot down. UCLA just scored to tie it up with Southern Cal. That's great news for the Paylou movement. We've got UCLA plus 21 in that crosstown rivalry. Time for a 5-minute review. Yeah. Virginia up 14-0, under a minute to go in the first half. We're going to win that bet. We had Virginia minus 4.5 in the first half, so that's a $100 winner. That matte black with red eyes Boise helmet is slick. Yeah, some of these teams that have like a million different uniform combinations, I'll see one sometimes and like, oh, like, wow, that looks really good. But I can't afford to buy every helmet that I like. I want to try to get as many different teams as I can. So like Oregon, for example. Oregon's got 100 different helmets. I like a lot of them. But do I want to go out and buy 5 more Oregon helmets? Or do I want to buy 5 helmets of teams I don't have yet? You know what I'm saying? Once I get every team, then I'll start moving on to maybe adding, multiple helmets from the same team. There's a few teams where I've got 2 or 3 helmets. I think I've got 2 or 3 Oregon helmets, 2 or 3 Florida helmets, a couple of Georgia helmets, a couple of Vandy helmets, I think, that are different. So there's probably 7 or 8 where I've got multiple helmets, but mostly just individuals. No trolling, please. Yeah, thank you for that reminder, Mr. Sprague. Yeah, there is no trolling, please. This is a serious professional YouTube channel. Please, whatever you do, don't troll. 4 minutes to go. This is a long first quarter, isn't it? Still the first quarter and 4 minutes to go. Bama with the ball, 2nd and 6 on the Auburn 41. They're going to hand it off this time, and they gain 2 yards, which for Alabama is really, really good. It's going to be 3rd down now for Alabama. Use this to buy another Oregon helmet. I'm not buying another Oregon helmet. Thank you for the super chat, but I'm not buying another one. All right, I got, I think, 3 of them now. Which one's up here now? Got this one up here now. ACC trash, SMU dropping a load. Is SMU losing? They have to win to make the ACC championship game, so that's bad if they lose. What are they playing? Cal, ain't they? Thank you for the super chat, Fuss Games and Keith, and going for gold. Uh-oh, Ty Simpson with a QB run on 3rd and 3. Big gain. Picks up the 1st down and then some down into the red zone before getting shoved out of bounds. It's going to be 1st and 10 Bama. That's a gain of about 30 for Ty Simpson. Got to the sideline and was gone before shoved out of bounds around the 11 or 12 yard line. 1st and 10 Alabama. Dang. Big play Bama. Coffee is delicious. Yeah, I've had 2 or 3 cups already. I'll have 1 more, and then that's going to be it, or else I'll be up all night. Simpson in a shotgun on 1st and 10 at the 12. Handoff. Down to the 5. Daniel Hill, I think that was with the carry. 2nd down, Bama. Hey, Lou, is Colorado going to be on your final year season is over video? Are they losing again? They're playing, who'd they play? Kansas State today, right? I don't even know if they won or lost. Simpson under center now on 2nd and 3 from the 6. Snap, play action, rolls left. Gonna run, shoved out of bounds for a loss of a yard. It's gonna be 3rd and 4 now for Alabama. I won $100 on my sleeper bet. Great stream. Hey, congrats, man. Congrats. I hit one last week. I missed my sleeper bet this week. I hit it last week, though. If y'all want to try to make some money watching these college football games, download that sleeper app. You can use my promo code Lou, and they'll give you a free $20 play. You don't even have to deposit any money. The link is in the description. Just download the sleeper app onto your phone. Use that promo code Lou when you create a new account, and you can get a free $20 play over on Sleeper. Win yourself some money on these college football games. Y'all check them out. They've been kind enough to sponsor the show this season. So Simpson throws off his back foot, caught in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. What a miracle catch. Miracle play. Ty Simpson under all kinds of pressure, backpedaling, throws it up for grabs off his back foot. And the Alabama man running across the back of the end zone, Isaiah Horton, comes down with it. Touchdown, Alabama. They're going to go up 9-0 here. The extra point will make it 10. Gumps just now showing their faces on social media after being crickets all day long. FSU lost to a team without a head coach. Lou, have you ever had a cup of shut the hell up? No. I've handed a lot of them out, though. You want one? Auburn fans are booing now? What are they booing? Like booing their team? Oh, booing because they thought it was offensive pass interference. Oh, okay. Well. Southern Cal with the ball near midfield, all tied up at 7 apiece. Their rivalry game with UCLA. Gilligan's Island back to throw for Southern Cal. Under pressure. Has to throw it. Nearly intercepted. Falls incomplete. Going to be 3rd and 6 now for Southern Cal. Hey, Lou, my Buckeyes done got the monkey off their back. Yeah, that was a dominating win today. It looked a little sketchy in the beginning when Michigan kicked that field goal to go up 3-0, and then Sayin threw that interception, and I was like, uh-oh, here we go again. But they turned it around quick. Need a Montana State helmet, Lou? Was at the Brawl of the Wild last Saturday. That's a serious rivalry. Been to a few Palmetto Bowls, and atmosphere was comparable. Hopefully Montana State wins the chip. That's a first down pass and catch there for Southern Cal into UCLA territory near the 40. 1st and 10, Barners. Handoff up near midfield, gain of about 2. Going to be 2nd and 8 now for Auburn. We probably lose to Bama like always. No, Georgia's undefeated against Alabama in same season rematches. Alabama doesn't stand a chance. Auburn back to throw, pass complete, breaks a tackle, but not the second one. Short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd and about 3 now for the Barn. Can Auburn get an elusive first down? That would be a miracle if they can. Another pass completion for Southern Cal, and they're down in the red zone already. Tied at 7 with UCLA, 8:40 to go in the second quarter. Back to throw, Auburn gets rid of it, caught. First down, Auburn to the Alabama 42-yard line. Needed 4, gained 5. This shot of Jack is to the obnoxious Florida fans who were talking so much shit. Fuck Florida and Florida oranges. Kiffin or no Kiffin, go Rebs. That's right. You tell them, Sprague. You tell them, buddy. Florida fans do owe Ole Miss fans an apology. That's true. Florida fans were 100% certain they were getting Kiffin. Still no word on a Kiffin announcement, I guess. We don't know yet. And still nothing, no word from the Kiffin camp yet today. Gilligan's Island back to throw. Caught at the 10-yard line. Going to be 1st and 10 Southern Cal at the 10 or 11-yard line. Great throw by Gilligan's Island that time. Lou put Florida on your seasons over despite the fact they won. They never left, bud. Florida and Florida State are over there permanently now. There they go. That's both of them right there. If things stay the way they are in the ACC, it'll be Virginia and Duke in the championship. Virginia beat their asses too a couple of weeks ago. The ACC might not get a team in the playoffs. There might be 2 group of 5 teams that make the playoffs if the ACC continues to shoot themselves in the foot like this. Neither is even making a bowl game. Poverty programs. They are poverty programs. Thank you, Oven Anaconda, Michael Sprague. Appreciate the super chats. Clemson won today, Lou. They did? I know that, man. There will not be 2 G5 teams in. If the ACC doesn't get in, there will. There has to be 5 conference champions in the playoffs, bud. James Madison's going to be 12-1 with a conference championship. And then you got the winner of the American. And they're already ranked ahead of those ACC teams, unless it's Virginia. If Virginia wins, then Virginia will probably get in. If Duke wins the ACC championship game, then the ACC's not getting in. Auburn needs to put in Deuce Knight at QB. They need to do something. There's no offense at all so far in this one. Is Florida going to have to promote Speedy Gonzalez to head coach? I heard they're getting Sumrall or now they're trying to get, that's their next target now is G5 John Summerall. 3rd and 11 for Southern Cal on the 12. Gilligan's Island back to throw. Scrambles to his right. Looking downfield. Gets rid of it. Short and incomplete. 4th and 11. Southern Cal have to settle for a field goal here on 4th and 11. Louisville beat Kentucky and Clemson beat South Carolina. Yep. And Florida beat Florida State and Georgia beat Georgia Tech. And LSU beat Clemson. And whatever. I mean, there's not a soul alive other than you that thinks the ACC is better than the SEC. But you're one of the dumbest people that's ever been in this comment section, so you might actually believe that. Prepare for a rubber match. Good night, says Liberty Lover. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I thought Vandy looked really good. Do you think they have a shot at making the playoffs? They probably need somebody to lose. I mean, they're on the outside looking in even at 10-2 unless somebody ahead of them loses, I would imagine. Do you know how Captain Hook died? He got wasted one night on his ship and wiped his button with the wrong hand. Dad jokes in here today. Dad wiped his butt with the wrong hand. Okay. Dad jokes in here today. Kennesaw State won and they are going to the Conference USA Championship game. Yeah, that's good for Kennesaw State. I mean, they're not making the playoffs or whatever, but that's good for Kennesaw State. Second and 7. Auburn quarterback Ashton Daniels scrambles, picks up a couple of yards. This FSU team is the equivalent of making out with your sister. An awful, ungodly sight, but good enough for Alabama. Empty backfield now on 3rd and 4. Throws. Incomplete. Going to be 4th and 4. All right, here we go. 4th and 4. They're on the Bama 36-yard line. Shotgun. Looking over at the sideline. Moving some pieces around. 3 seconds on the play clock. They're going to have to call a timeout. FSU should have went after Glenn Schumann. He knows winning culture, learned under the best too. Commercial break on that timeout. I'll be right back. Y'all want me to try to trick the lady into making me one more cup of coffee? I'm going to tell her I've only had one. Y'all want me to try to trick her? See if I can get her to make me another one? I ate a whole pizza. Dang, that's slob behavior. That's slob behavior, bud. I didn't miss that 4th down play, did I? Stop manipulating me. No, I didn't miss the play. Okay. Let me go see if I can get her to make me another cup of coffee. She said, I thought you already had 2. I said, no, that was this morning. So she's making me another one. All right, I missed the play that time. Now, what happened? Or did I not miss the play? Did I miss the play or not? What happened? No, I didn't miss it. All right, 4th and 4. Here comes the play now. All right, 4th and 4. Empty backfield, 5 wide, 3 to the bottom, 2 up top. Cam Coleman all the way at the bottom of the screen. They're going to throw it to the top, though. Incomplete. Should have been caught. Should have been caught. Eric Singleton. Hit him right in the hands. You got to make that catch, man. You got to make that catch. Got to find a way to make that catch. FSU is dog water. Yeah, that's confirmed. Confirmed. All right, UCLA with the ball now. What's the score? First and 10, Bama after Auburn turned it over on downs. They're on their own 36, up 10-0. Ty Simpson looks like he wanted to go deep. Dumps it off to Jam Miller in the flat, though, and he's got some room. Scampers out of bounds, 8-yard gain. 7-7, still tied, UCLA and Southern Cal. Southern Cal has the ball. Nico sails it way over the head of the intended wide receiver, and incomplete. It's going to be 2nd and 10 now for UCLA. I guess the Auburn running backs are in witness protection. Yeah, neither team really running the ball that much today. Of course, Bama can't run the ball. They're going to attempt it here and pick up a 1st down. And uh-oh, broke a tackle. Shoved out of bounds inside the 40. 1st down, Alabama. Rubber match, a contest consisting of a series of... I know what a rubber match is. A rubber match is the 3rd game of a series when a series is tied. So it still doesn't make any sense. If you're talking about Georgia and Bama, this would not be the rubber match. It would be the 2nd game of the series. The rubber match is the 3rd game of a series. They would have to play in the SEC championship game. Georgia would have to win and then play again in the playoffs. Then that would be the rubber match. The rubber match is not the 2nd game. It's the 3rd game. Or the 5th game if it's tied 2-2. Or the 7th game if it's tied 3-3. Jam Miller on the ground inside the 20, out of bounds at the 19. Alabama back in the red zone here, up 10-0 over the barn. Looks like the comment section is going to pick up a win here. The comment section bet was Bama minus 4.5 in the, or no, minus 4 in the first half. They're up 10 and looking to add to it here. Georgia would have to win. Well, there's your problem right there. No, Georgia's undefeated all time in same season rematches against Alabama, bud. Georgia will beat Bama next week. Auburn defense is getting tired. Auburn is cooked. Coming up on 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. Alabama 10, Barn 0. Uncle Lou, love the upside down Vegas hat. What's up with the new neck tattoo? I don't have it. It's not on my neck. And would you please share the Roman numeral meanings? It's my birthday in Roman numerals. There you go. I refuse to say Georgia will beat Bama. They got to prove it to me. They've already proved it. Every single time they've ever had a same season rematch with Bama, they've won the game. What more proof do you need? We speak English numbers, Lou. There's no such thing as English numbers. You might speak Arabic numbers. Do you speak Arabic numbers? Is that what you mean? Of an anaconda? Lou, do you have a tramp stamp? No, tramp stamps go right above your waist in the middle of your back. No, I don't have one. It's usually girls who have those. Have I ever watched Yellowstone? I watched one episode, or no, I watched almost the whole first season. It's absolute dog shit. It's a terrible fucking show.
Dog shit.
Namdani betting forcing NYC public schools to teach Arabic numerals. Do you have a problem with that? Do you have a problem with somebody forcing kids to learn Arabic numerals? Do you have a problem with that? It is trash. What is trash? Arabic numerals? What numbers do you think we use, bud? In America, we use Arabic numerals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The numbers you learned in kindergarten, those are Arabic fucking numerals. Jesus Christ. The dumbing down of America is astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. All right, here we go. First and goal, Bama on the Auburn 3. Tight formation, Simpson under center. Snap, play action. Throws, caught, touchdown. We're going to win this first half bet, and it's going to be easy. Super easy. People yelling and screaming about Arabic numerals, not even knowing that that's literally the numeral system that we use here. They hear the word Arabic and they're automatically afraid. Arabic, ain't no child of mine learning no goddamn Arabic numerals. They're learning American numbers. Bunch of fucking dumbasses. Oh, shit. All right, 17-0. Alabama all over the barn in this one. We use American. There's no such thing as American numerals. God damn. Virginia up 14-0. Third quarter just underway, so we won that first half bet. So we are up to $732. Big bang. Big bang. We've got UCLA plus 21, full game. Alabama -4 in the first half. UNLV -7.5 tonight at 9. And Virginia -8 full game. Those are the bets we have here. I'll just show them to you. Those are the bets we have left. Degenerate gambling. Degenerate gambling. Let's go. Pay Lou. Pay Lou. Disgusted with this Auburn performance. Still prepare for a rubber match. In the playoffs, I guess you're talking about still? Thank you for hiding that bot, man. I appreciate it. Don't time the bots out. Hide the bots. Those bots with the NCAA HD stream or whatever. The roulette wheel has Russian numerals on it. They use green zeros. Making fun of Southern accents when you're from the South is dumb. You don't make fun of, you've never made fun of anybody that's similar to you in any way? What? Why? What are you retarded? Do you make, so you don't make fun of retarded people? Since you're retarded? Are your feelings hurt, bud? Are your feelings hurt that I did a hillbilly shit-kicking accent and it sounded just like you? Did that hurt your feelings, bud? Tell Uncle Lou all about it. Lord knows I care about your fucking feelings. Tell me all about it, bud. Were you out on the back 40 kicking a pile of shit when you heard me talk with that accent and it got you all heated? Literally walking around kicking piles of shit, barefooted probably. Did it make you mad or did it hurt your feelings? There is a difference. There is a difference. Cal's up 17-7 on SMU. Boy, the ACC is going to be in trouble if Duke and Virginia if Duke gets into the ACC championship game and wins. The ACC is not getting a team in the playoff. That's a good point, Ohio. It has been in the 20s down here for the last couple of days. He might have tried to kick a pile of shit and it was frozen solid and he broke his foot. Auburn with the ball back on 2nd and 5, picks up 3 or 4 yards. 3rd and short coming up for the barn here, under 11 minutes to go in the first half. They're in a bad way right now, down 17-0 at home against Big Bad Bammer. We're taking Bama's card this weekend, revenge for the SEC championship 2 years ago. Yeah, Georgia will beat Bama if that's who they play next weekend. Georgia will win that one. Why is the barn so bad? Terrible coaching hires and bad players, mostly. That's mostly the reason. Keep saying that, Lou. Keep saying what? I picked Bama when they played in the regular season. I picked Bama. I picked Bama in my preseason prediction videos to beat Georgia, and then the week of the game in my prediction video, I picked Bama. It's not like I just picked Georgia to win all the time. I picked Bama to win in week 4, whatever it was. I'm picking Georgia to win next week. Does that make you mad? LOL. Facts. Georgia will definitely win next time around. I don't know if they'll definitely win, but I'm picking them to win. I think it'll be a good game. It was a good game last time. But I do think Georgia will win. It's really hard to beat the same team twice. Well, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat good teams, period. Once or twice. Do you actually think Lane prays? I don't know. I have no idea. I was about to say something there, but I've made enough people mad with the shit kicking routine, so I better keep that last one to myself there. But I almost said something there. If SMU loses and everything else stays the same, it'll be Duke. Yeah, it'll be Duke versus Virginia, and if Duke wins the ACC championship, they're not making the playoffs. It'll be 2 group of 5 teams. I think Georgia and Ohio State will win next weekend and enter the playoffs 1-2. They're talking like Alabama routed UJ during the regular season. If I remember correctly, we only lost by 3. Yeah, 3-point game. Gonna lose half your SEC fans talking like that. I've been talking like this for 10 years. I already lost the half that I'm gonna lose. So. If Georgia loses next week, are they out? Five-star dummy. Let's walk through this. Georgia's 11-1. They're going to be ranked in the top 4. They're going to the SEC championship game at 11-1, probably ranked 3rd. You're asking me, if they lose the SEC championship game to a top 10 team, will they fall out of the top 12? Duke ain't in the convo. They're saying if SMU loses, it's Virginia and Duke in the ACC championship game. Well, if SMU loses, who does Virginia play in the SEC championship game? I know it's Virginia and SMU if they both win, but SMU's losing, so if SMU loses, who would play Virginia? Yeah, y'all are saying Duke, but Pete says it's not Duke. Duke versus Virginia with an SMU loss and an NC State win. Miami is ahead of Duke. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody is saying something different. So if SMU loses, Miami is in, Pete? NC State is winning right now, and if they win, it's Duke. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people are saying it's Duke. I don't know. Ohio State or UJ will win the Natty. I don't know. I think the 3 best teams might be Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas Tech. Now, that doesn't mean they'll win the Natty, but I think those are 3 really good, legit teams. I don't know if Georgia can play like they need to play consistently enough over 3 or 4 games in the playoffs to win it all. I mean, they had a couple of good weeks there where they beat Ole Miss and beat Texas, and they looked really good. But then they had the Georgia Tech game yesterday where the offense didn't show up. They've had a couple of games this year where the defense has been a little suspect. it's hard to rely on Georgia to put it all together for 4 games in a row to win the Natty. A lot of people sleeping on Texas Tech. Not me. I think Texas Tech is legit. I think they're legit. Now, we got to wait and see the brackets and how the bracket breaks down and who plays who in the second and third rounds and all that. It could be Texas Tech loses their first game if they've got to play Indiana or what. I don't know how it's going to break down, but I do think Texas Tech is a legitimately good team. The first round bye was detrimental last year, not because the teams had a bye, but because of the seeding and the matchups. They had to change the seeding around because conference champions were guaranteed a 1 through 4 seed, and that messed the brackets up. It is an advantage to have a bye. It's an advantage to have a bye. That doesn't mean you'll win every time, but what makes you think UJ will win if it's a rematch against Bama? Because they're undefeated all time in same season rematches against Bama. Hottie toddy, so War Damn Eagle today and Lane stays. Not looking good for the War Eagle propaganda right now. 17-0 they're down and have showed zero ability to run an offense today. But yes, if Alabama loses, Ole Miss is in the SEC championship game. Yes. Oregon a dark horse if they get 5 seed or 6. I don't think Oregon can win it all either. How far has Jesus fallen in the We're Back rankings? Well, uh-oh. Look at Auburn. Look at Auburn out here with the QB runs, man. They just won't give up, Auburn. Banjo, thank you for the super chat. How far has Jesus fallen in the We're Back rankings? I don't know if I should. I'm not going to touch that one there. Uh-oh. Another big play from Auburn. They're down inside the 15 and another first down. Auburn just won't give up, man. They just won't go away. They just keep trying real hard. Sir UJ, what's up, buddy? You still way up? I hit a couple of first half bets in these prime time games, my man. Look how we're doing here. The Gypsy is down bad. Look. Up $732. Let's go. Let's go. About to win another 100 on this Alabama -4 in the first half. Shout out to the comment section for that, by the way. You know how I do a poll at the beginning of all these streams and I let y'all pick a bet? Y'all picked Bama -4 in the first half. I put $100 on it and it looks like we're going to hit that. Oregon a dark horse if they get 5. Oh, we read that already. Maybe the truth is, and I don't want to admit it, as a Georgia fan, but nobody's beating Ohio State if they play their best. Well, I understand that thought process, but a year ago today, we were all saying that about Oregon. Oregon was undefeated. They had beat Ohio State in the regular season, and they were going to win it all. Ohio State was terrible because they had just lost to Michigan, and then the playoffs happened. So you don't know who's going to get hot once those playoffs start. I will agree that Ohio State looks like the most talented team, but I don't know if it's a foregone conclusion that they'll win it all. It only takes one bad game in the playoffs and you're out. But they do look really good. So does Indiana, so does Texas Tech. I think those 3 teams should be the favorites. I don't know what the odds are. We could look it up. The odds to win the Natty, I don't know what they are. But my guess is that Ohio State, Indiana, and Texas Tech are really high in the odds to win it all. Bama fan here. We're having huge success running the ball, so we go to a flea flicker, play action, and slow developing plays. What are we doing? Yeah, I don't know. Alabama man just got thrown out of the game. That blows up a lot of troll theories about paying the refs and Alabama cheating and the refs this and the refs that. I guess that's out the window. Plus, there's the small matter of Alabama leading the universe in penalties over the last 2 years. He's out for the first half next week. No, he's not. He's only out for the first half next week if he gets thrown out in the second half today. So he won't miss any time next week. Lou, I want to bet 100 all out Bama beats UGA next week. You want to bet that with me? Send the $100. Lane will delay his decision if Auburn beats Bama. Wake Forest is good, but LOL. Quarterback draw on 2nd and goal. Nowhere to go. Gained about a yard to the 4-yard line. Going to be 3rd and goal from the 4. This is the longest half of football ever. Yeah, I said that a few minutes ago. I looked up a few minutes ago, or it was a while ago now. And I was like, there's still that much time left? But yeah, this game's been on an hour and a half. And there's still 5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Yeah, long game. Dragging on here. UCLA up on Southern Cal. That's great news for me. I've got UCLA plus 21, so that's a pay-lose situation there. What it looks like to me. Back to throw on 3rd and goal. Scrambling around. Wants to run. Down to maybe the 2-yard line. 4th and goal from about the 2. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half. Where do I send it? You want to bet on the Georgia-Bama game? That's my Cash App and my PayPal. Send it to one of those. And then in the note, put Georgia versus Bama. And then if you win the bet, just email me and remind me, because I make a bunch of bets on here. But just email me, remind me. I'll find where you paid the bet on my PayPal or Cash App or whatever it is, and I'll send you back twice whatever I'll send you back whatever I owe you. Lou willed Ohio State to Fox their problem. Now UJ will fix theirs next week. Have faith, Lou. Go Dogs. Yeah, I think Georgia will beat Bama next week. Y'all gonna lose Bama again? You're a Georgia fan. I don't know what y'all means. Why is Washington State and Oregon State playing a second time? Because they got left out in the cold when the Pac-12 collapsed and they couldn't fill their schedule. He ain't sending any money. No, a lot of people do it. A lot of people do send the money. I'll let you know if he sends it. The loss of Bobo up front is a huge deal. I think they struggle up front against Bama as a result. All right, Auburn had to settle for a field goal. So 17-3 with 4:06 to go in the first half. Auburn set to kick it off here. There's the kick. And this is going to go out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10, Bama on their 25. You ever passed out on a stream? No. I fell asleep on a stream one time. Lane has taken all the pressure off this team. What happened to my wrench? I reset all the wrenches a couple of days ago. But then we did a Patreon stream yesterday and today. And I handed them all back out. I want the rematch with Bama so bad. Well, you're going to get it, looks like, unless Auburn has a miracle comeback. Interested to see the lines on these conference title games. Yeah, my guess is that Ohio State will be favored just under a touchdown. The Alabama-Georgia game will be 2 or 3 points one way or the other. Texas Tech will be a significant favorite over BYU. And the ACC, we don't know that championship game yet. He reset the wrenches. Yeah, I reset the wrenches every couple of months and then hand them out on the Patreon stream. I agree that the bye is an advantage, but having to wait a month to play isn't. They need to shorten the gap. Well, nobody waits a month to play. If Lou dies, he will die on a stream. That's the plan. Now, hopefully it's not for a while, but that probably will be how I die, is on a live stream. As of now, Virginia versus Duke, if it plays out like it is. Yeah, I don't know why... Yeah, I don't know. Pete made it sound like Duke didn't have a... There was no way like Duke was getting in, so I don't know. It gets so confusing when it gets down to tiebreakers. It's hard to figure it out sometimes. I usually just wait on somebody else to tell me. Kiffin to Mississippi State. It's a little early for that level of trolling, isn't it? Lou, you my fave YouTuber. Hey, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. You're my favorite viewer. At least right now you are. All right, 3rd and 6 for Bama. They're on their own 29-yard line. Ty Simpson in a shotgun, 3 wide to the bottom of the screen. Snap, back to throw. Looking right, under pressure, rolls out of it. Hit as he throws, and it falls incomplete. 4th and 6, and the Bama man will have to punt it away. There's a website where you can plug all the scenarios in, and it tells you who's going to the conference championship game. If SC loses, Notre Dame will have 0 ranked wins. Damn. What a shame that would be. Tennessee fans spotted jumping off of bridges. They need to support Josh Heupel. That's what they need to do. What about those rumors that Penn State was targeting Josh Heupel? Did y'all hear about that this morning? Auburn with a pretty good punt return. They're going to have 2 minutes and 40 seconds and 1 timeout to see if they can cut into this Alabama lead before halftime. Virginia now up 17-0 over Virginia Tech. We've got Virginia -8 in that one. 1st and 10, Auburn on their own 27. Daniels back to throw over the middle. Dropped. Would have only been about a 2-yard gain. I don't like the Buckeyes, but other than you, of course, Mark Rogers is my 2nd favorite college football guy. He seems pretty smart. He's an absolute genius when it comes to college football, but I like Mark. I've had a lot of dealings with Mark Rogers over the years. Been on his channel and his shows numerous times. I consider Mark Rogers a friend. His show is boring as fuck to me. I can't watch more than a couple of minutes. It's not my style. He's more, I don't even know how to put it. He's more straight-laced, kind of by the book. Just I don't know. I'm not putting him down because he's probably the most knowledgeable college football YouTuber that I know. But his style is not my thing. Looks like Auburn just accidentally picked up a first down here. An out route wide open in the flat across midfield, out of bounds at the Bama 47. He's not a huge degenerate. He actually is a huge degenerate when it comes to the gambling. He's a huge degenerate gambler. Now, I use the term degenerate as a term of endearment. I don't mean, when I call somebody a degenerate gambler, I'm complimenting them. So I'm not putting him down. What happens if Notre Dame loses? Then they're out of the playoffs. I mean, what? No Ryan Williams again. Is he not playing? Ryan Williams? Is Ryan Williams not playing? I hadn't even noticed. I mean, I know he hadn't had any catches, but he goes weeks at a time without having any catches. Then he plays Georgia and has 3 circus catches and wins the game. By definition, 8-4 isn't mediocre. 6-6 is mediocre. Scott Strickland needs to go get Lincoln Riley from USC. He's ready to leave and wants the UF job. If Scott even wants a chance at saving his own ass, he will do it. Boy, he wouldn't win a goddamn thing ever in the SEC, bud. He'd give up 40, 50 points a game. I mean, I would love for Lincoln Riley to come to the SEC. Anywhere but Georgia. Notre Dame isn't losing to Stanford. No, they'll beat them by 50. They'll beat them by 50. See if that guy sent any money. Or he's just typing. Hard to know sometimes. Nothing on the PayPal. Nothing on the Cash App. So I guess he changed his mind about that bet he was so confident in making. Tennessee should drop from the rankings. Yes, they should. They 100% should drop from the rankings. Their best win is Mississippi State. Of course they should drop from the rankings. Nicholas says, nothing is more entertaining than LouTube between your season is over and the best callers and comment section in all of YouTube. Yeah, a pretty average channel as far as what I do, but the comment section is amazing. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And we've got some all-star callers on the call-in show, too. Call-in show every Tuesday and Thursday night at 9 p.m., by the way. Also, if there's anybody new around here, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. It's free. Oh, my God. Auburn just dropped a wide-open pass down at the 20-yard line. Singleton dropped it. It's free, but it really helps me out. Subscribe if you're not. I do call-in shows every Tuesday and Thursday at 9. And believe it or not, I do this dumb shit here year-round. Yeah. Year-round. There is no off-season for Uncle Lou. Just the part of the season where we don't play games. But I still get on here and ramble on incoherently about college football 365 days a year. So If you're a college football fan, you're in the right place. 2nd and 10, quarterback draw picks up about 6 or 7. 3rd and short coming up now for the Barner. UCLA up 10-7 over Southern Cal at halftime there. All right, big 3rd down here. 3rd and 3 on the Alabama 39. Back to throw. Steps up, gonna run. 1st down, spin move to the Alabama 33-yard line. 1st and 10, Barners. Seems like the tight end's the only one allergic to not catching the ball. Yeah, there's been multiple drops today by the Auburn receivers, and I haven't heard Cam Coleman's name mentioned all day. I don't know. Does he have any catches at all, Cam Coleman? Thank y'all for taking care of that bot account. One catch for 4 yards for Cam Coleman. Virginia's still up 17-0 over Virginia Tech. They've got the ball just across midfield. Virginia does. 3:49 to go in the 3rd quarter of that one. Wouldn't hurt my feelings if Virginia could score again and run this thing up some, give us some cushion. I've got, what, Virginia -8? Yeah, Virginia -8, UCLA +21, so those two look real good. UNLV, we need to check the score on UNLV. Alabama -4 first half for $100. That looks like it's about to be a winner in 1 minute and 13 seconds. We're going to win some money tonight. We're going to win some money. I hope UNLV doesn't let me down. UNLV's up 7-0 halfway through the 1st quarter, so we're looking good. We're looking good. Yeah, pay Lou. Alabama coaches don't help the players. .103 to go. 2nd and 10 for Auburn. In field goal range on the Bama 33, but of course they'd love a touchdown. They settled for a field goal last time. Daniels running around, throws, caught. There's a big play. Could be a touchdown. Yes, touchdown Barn. Oh, shit, flag down. There's a flag down. We might have us a game here. I don't know if that was a busted coverage or, wow, false start on Auburn. Take the touchdown off the board. I don't know if that was a busted coverage from Bama or if just all the scrambling around the receiver got loose. But take the touchdown off the board. Boy, Auburn needed that to get back in the game. I'd love for one of these games to be interesting till the end to give us a reason to keep watching, but it might not be this one. Wow. 2nd and 15, touchdown taken off the board on a false start penalty for the Barn. Now it's going to be 2nd and 15 with 54 seconds to go. Rolls left. Now wants to run. Not a lot of room. Might have gained maybe 5 back to the original line of scrimmage. 3rd down coming up now for the Barn. Auburn got to hurry unless they want 3. Yeah, they've got 1 timeout, but they're probably going to try to save that in case they do have to kick a field goal. Empty backfield here on 3rd down and about 11. Back to throw. Going to run again. 3 yards short. Down to the 26. 4th and 3. And it looks like they're going to let the clock tick down and then take a timeout and kick a field goal here. 10 seconds and the clock is ticking. They're going to probably wait till 2 or 3 seconds and then take that timeout. Notre Dame about to start soon. Hey, at Stanford. I know they're playing Stanford. Is that at Stanford? Must be. That's why they're starting so late. Must be at Stanford. What's up, Airplane Spotter? at Stanford in an hour. All right, here comes the field goal unit for the barn with 2 seconds to go in the half. All right, it's going to be about a 44-yarder from the left hash. Snap, hold, kick. Looks good. And it is 17-6 is going to be our halftime score. And that's a winner for the comment section. Y'all give yourselves a round of applause. The comment section said take Alabama -4 in the first half. So we took Alabama -4 in the first half. And they won the first half by 11. Which is more than 4. So we got paid. Shout out to the comments section. Yeah, pay Lou. Lou, you got excited with your anti-Bama ass there for a second. I bet on Bama. So one of us doesn't know what we're talking about. My gut tells me that it's you. Auburn's game plan is that of a JV team. They had a couple of good drives there in the second quarter, but had to settle for field goals. UVA beating the ass out of the Hokies. Yeah, they just scored again, 23-0, about to be 24. That's good, too. That's another pay-lose situation. Announcement on Lane Kiffin's future is imminent. They've had that display on the screen since 10 a.m. this morning. Let's see what they say. Basically, the news is there ain't no news. The news is there ain't no news. This is as bad as when LeBron had to lead up to taking his talents to South Beach. Yeah. It's starting to feel like that. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that he's leaving. And he's going to, my guess is, to LSU. But maybe he wants to coach in the playoffs. Yeah, I don't know. Penn State? I'm sure it'll be LSU. I'm sure it'll be LSU. Should I eat some chicken wings? I feel like I should eat some chicken wings. Best Thanksgiving food you ate this week? Probably collard greens, to be honest with you. I mean, we had the whole deal: ham, turkey, dressing, mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, collard greens, roll, the whole deal. But I absolutely love collard greens, so that was probably the best. The Christian Ballard Podcast. Is Christian your first name or an adjective? And you're just want everybody to know. J.R. I'm going to go heat myself up some chicken wings, y'all. I'll be right back. I absolutely had to. All right, chicken wings. Let's fucking go. Let's go. It's chicken wing time. It is chicken wing time. Let's do it. Bang. Boy, those look so good. Damn, those look good. Let's try them out, shall we? Oh, yeah. These are some real bangers. Kyle, what's up, my man? Wow. Thank you, Kyle. That's very generous, buddy. Back from watching a Florida State game. I've always loved college football. This admin has made me not enjoy watching football anymore. I've lost all faith. The admins watched this shit show and said, that's what we want coming back next season. I'm fucking done. The only logical explanation, and I know fans don't like to hear this because it's a shit talking thing about money nowadays in college football. It has to be that Florida State just doesn't have the money to pay his buyout. Because there is no planet where I could ever have imagined Florida State retaining a coach who has 4 losing seasons in 6 years. I mean, it's almost unbelievable to me. Like, You hear that and you're like, oh, that must be Purdue, or that must be whatever, Kentucky, 4 losing seasons in 6 years. No, Florida State, and they're keeping the coach. It's unbelievable. And Florida State fans should be pissed. They should be mad. Who's more mid, Tennessee versus Missouri? I'd actually take Tennessee in that one. I would take Tennessee in that one. I think Tennessee is slightly above mid. It would be a good game, though. I hear you, Kyle. I can't believe Florida State is at the point that they're at. I really can't. It's unbelievable to me how bad things have gotten, and that they're keeping a coach who has now had 4 losing seasons in 6 years. It's unbelievable to me. And I know there's not really much fans can do, but whatever it is fans can do, emails, whatever, they should do it. Don't go to the games, whatever. You have to show the administration this is unacceptable. I'm glad Bobby Bowden isn't alive to see it, says Wesley McCauley. Yeah. I didn't think I'd ever see Florida State be this bad for this long, for this extended period of time like this. I hope 5-loss Duke wins the ACC. How fitting for the shittiest ACC year ever. If that happens, the ACC is not making the playoffs. James Madison would get in over Duke. Dang, Wesley, thank you, buddy. Merry Christmas, Lou. Shout out to all the small entrepreneurs across our great nation. Hey, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you and your family, too, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, Wesley. Now the question is, does Moore have a mental block versus Ohio State? I don't think mental blocks are a result of 1 loss in 5 years. I don't think. 2 group of 5 teams over Texas sucks for the Texas man. Yeah. Well, it sucks for all of us, really. The group of 5 doesn't belong in our playoffs. They just don't. They're not good enough. They should have their own. But everybody agreed to the rules. Highest 5 ranked conference champions. Chicken wings. I try not to eat on stream, but I've basically been streaming since 9 o'clock this morning, and I'm hungry, so. Yeah, they're chicken wings. They're from a place in town called A-Town Wings. I get the lemon pepper and mild buffalo sauce mixed. It's a dry lemon pepper rub chicken wing tossed in mild buffalo sauce after they're cooked. So good. So good. Just really good. Not all chicken wing places have that on the menu, but at a lot of places you can ask them and they'll do it. You're basically ordering lemon pepper chicken wings, but then after they cook them, they'll just toss them in mild buffalo sauce for you. It's really, really good. Tuned in earlier, and first thing I heard was G5 John had to log off for a little while. Yep, G5 John to Gainesville. What it looks like to me. Have y'all seen the picture of Florida fans rioting because they don't want G5 John? Here, I'll show you. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Here it is. Here's the picture of Florida fans in Gainesville rioting because they don't want John Summerall. This is wild. Never seen anything like it. Crazy. I guess Florida fans have had it up to here and they're not going to take it anymore. I hear you, Kyle. Kyle says he'll gladly take G5 Johnny. I bet. Yeah. Am I missing the joke or was that legit? That's a picture of the January 6th riots at the Capitol that somebody photoshopped Florida pictures into. Just started Landman. This better be good. It's really good. I've watched all of season 1. I think I've only watched the first episode of season 2, but Landman is really good. Yeah. You won't regret it. You have my word. Landman is a good show. You'll like it. I wouldn't steer you wrong on these shows on what to watch. It's not like that dog shit Yellowstone. What a dried up fucking waste of time that was. That Yellowstone. A lot of people lied about that shit and said it was good. Tricked me into watching it. Fucking terrible, dried up fucking show. No, Auburn kicked 2 field goals. That's how they got 6. 2 field goals. If Michigan had not scheduled Oklahoma, they'd be in the play. That's code for if Michigan was better, they'd be in the playoffs. What if Texas wouldn't have scheduled Ohio? What if any 3-loss team in the country wouldn't have scheduled whatever team they lost to? You lost. You're not in. Sorry. You have no offense, and Bryce Underwear didn't know what he's doing, and Sharon Moore is not a good head coach. I think Underwood would leave, can't develop here. Yeah. I don't know why any quarterback would go there. Their offense is pitiful. Tulane or North Texas? I think I'm going to go with North Texas in that one. It's going to be a good game, but I think I'm going to go with North Texas. Auburn wants to throw on first down, pass complete. Good for a first down gain of about 15. Auburn got the ball to start the third quarter. We're back underway. 17-6. If they can go down and score on this opening drive, we got us a game, don't we? A handoff on 1st and 10 this time goes absolutely nowhere. They tried to hit Cam Coleman deep that time, but it goes incomplete. 3rd and 11 now for Auburn. Can you call Ward, Ward Manuel, and tell him Moore isn't the guy? Yeah, give me his number. Yeah, Tennessee got worked over today by Vanderbilt. 3rd and 11 for the Barn. 4 wide here. Shotgun. They're on their own 36. Snap. Back to throw. Under pressure. Rolls right. Throws. Caught. This might be a touchdown. It is a touchdown. A flag down again. Another flag. Another flag. This is going to be the 2nd touchdown taken off the board for Auburn. If it's on Bama. If it's on Auburn. The touchdown counts. The penalty's on Bama. Hands to the face on Bama. Touchdown counts. Wow. That didn't take long. We got us a game. Now, I don't care who wins now because our bet was only on the first half, Alabama to win the first half. So I'm just hoping for a good game now. They done fucked up and let this crowd get back in the game now. There it is, touchdown signal. I'm not lagging, so it's either your phone or your internet. It tells me when I'm lagging. And I'm not lagging, so whatever the problem is, it's on your end. Should 7-5 Duke get in the ACC over Miami? Well, the overall record doesn't matter. It's conference record and tiebreakers, so. Extra point is good, and just like that, to start the third quarter, Auburn scores their first touchdown, and we got us a game here, 17-13. All right, I'm done with the chicken wings. Let me go put them up, refill my water. I'll be right back. All right, just in time to see the kickoff go out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. Bama will have their first possession of the second half now. 4-point lead, 17-13. Bama up over the barn. Auburn just scored, though. SEC homer here, but I'm very sick of people who say Indiana and Ohio State are not that good because of their schedule, and fans will act like whoever loses isn't good. Yeah, the schedule that you play doesn't have anything to do with whether you're good or not. It just doesn't. Ohio State and Indiana are clearly good. All right, so I agree with you. I agree with you. Would you rather play Bama or Ole Miss in the I don't care. Either way. A handoff for Bama on on second down. Gains a couple of yards. It's going to be 3rd and 7 now for Alabama. All right, 13 minutes to go in the third quarter, 17-13. Bama with a 4-point lead. They've got the ball on their own 29, 3rd and 6. Ty Simpson doing the thing where he's got to talk to everybody on the entire team before he snaps the ball. Shotgun snap, back to throw. Hit as he throws, but caught. First down up to the 45. Good looking play there. Nice throw by Ty Simpson with somebody bearing down on him. There's a flag, though. Roughing the passer on Auburn. That's going to give them an extra 15 yards. Who'd you take in the Cal SMU game? I didn't bet the game. I don't even think I made a pick on it, but I would have picked SMU. Hey Lou, you ever pee in the sink? Not at home, no. I've peed in the sink at bars before when you go into the bathroom and there's no available urinal. I've peed in the sink in bars or whatever before, yeah. Done that. UCLA beating USC. Yes, I did bet on that game. I took UCLA plus 21, so I'm feeling good there. 12:20 to go. They're reviewing the previous play for targeting. Here's the replay. I don't even think that should have been a penalty. Never mind targeting. I don't even think it should have been a penalty, but I have no idea what these refs are going to do anymore. You must have a hog for it to reach over the sink. Love these copious replays. Like, what is the Auburn man supposed to do? Magically stop. Yeah, I don't even think it should have been a penalty, but you just don't know anymore. Wow. They called it targeting and threw the Auburn guy out of the game. I can't even complain that it's a bad call. The thing with targeting is that I don't even know what targeting is anymore. That same play right there could happen in another game, and it's not a penalty or targeting. Then it could happen in a third game, and it is a penalty, and they call it targeting, but then they review it, and they say it's not targeting. So I don't even know. I can't even say that's a bad call. I have no idea what targeting and roughing the passer and all. I don't even know what that is anymore. It's so inconsistent. 12 minutes to go in the third. That gave Alabama a free 15 yards. They're now on the Auburn 40. 11:50 to go. Simpson in a shotgun snap. Hands it off to Jam Miller, puts his foot in the ground, cuts it upfield for a gain of about 3. Second down coming up now for Bama. Alabama is putting a clinic on poor coaching. Dang, Alabama's poorly coached. Maybe they shouldn't have got rid of the Malachi Moore last year. Maybe that's the problem. Another handoff to Jam Miller. Gain of about 4 that time. It's going to be 3rd and short now for Alabama. I hate the targeting rule because it's so subjective. Yeah, it's inconsistent. You never really know until they tell you whether it's going to be targeting or not. There was that play in the Ohio State game a couple of weeks ago. They called Caleb Downs for targeting. I thought it was the most obvious targeting I've ever seen. They reviewed it and said, no, that's not targeting. So after that play, I gave up on I was like, I don't have any idea anymore. 3rd and 3 for Bama. Bunch formation to the top, 1 wide to the bottom. Simpson in a shotgun. Snap, back to throw. Looks left. Throws nearly intercepted. Falls incomplete. It's going to be 4th and 3. They need to eliminate the targeting calls. They definitely need to eliminate throwing people out of the game. That's outlived. Throwing people out of the game for targeting has outlived its usefulness. I understand why they did it in the beginning 20 years ago when they were really trying to get people to stop doing it, but it's nowhere near as much of a problem anymore. And it's so subjective from game to game compared to the damage it could potentially do to a team by throwing somebody out. Auburn jumped off sides on 4th and 3. That's going to give Bama an automatic first down. That I think they should definitely get rid of the throwing people out of the game part of it. The problem is they're scared of a lawsuit. Alabama picks up a free first down courtesy of that Auburn offsides. It's now 1st and 10 Alabama on the Auburn 28. So 2 huge penalties against Auburn on this drive have given Alabama great field position now. Play action. Throws. Dropped over the middle, intended for the tight end. 2nd and 10 coming up now for Bama. Southern Cal has scored to take the lead over UCLA. 14-10 with 25 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Second and 10 for Bama. Ty Simpson back to throw. Caught behind the line of scrimmage, but hit right away and tackled after a gain of about 2 or 3 yards. 3rd and long coming up again for Bama. Cal beating SMU doesn't surprise me at all with how the ACC has been this year. Yeah, there was like a 3-week period where every week the first place team in the ACC kept losing. It was weird. And yeah, SMU's got a trip to the playoffs on the line potentially, because if they win today, they make the ACC championship game, and then they win that potentially the playoffs. But losing to Cal is not a good look. Empty backfield on 3rd and 7. Snap, back to throw. Simpson looks left. Now scrambles to his right, running for his life. He's going to take off. And he picks up the first down. Wow. 3rd and 7, gains 8. 1st and 10 Bama. They keep the drive alive. Nine minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. 17-13. 1st and 10 Bama inside the 20. Jam Miller on the ground this time picks up about 6 yards. 2nd down coming up for Bama. Virginia Duke ACC championship is something I was not expecting. Yeah, and if somehow Duke wins, I don't think the ACC is getting anybody in the playoffs. I think Group of 5 will get 2 teams in if Duke ends up winning that game. Holding could be called every play. Yeah. If you stare long enough at the offensive line, you'll see holding on every play. 2nd and 3 now, just outside the 10-yard line. Simpson under center this time. Snap, play action, rolls right, throws, caught behind the line of scrimmage and shoved out of bounds. Might have lost a yard that time. Going to be 3rd down coming up for the Gumps here. Is the Auburn AD going to go on the field and yell at the refs again? Well, he might. He's done it before. He's done it before. Yeah, the ACC this year might be the worst power conference I've ever seen. It's pretty bad. 3rd and 4, empty backfield, 5 wide. Simpson waiting on the snap. There it is, back to throw. Looks left, throws left. Blocked or knocked away. Intended for Jeremy Bernard. It's going to be 4th and 4. It's time to close your eyes, cross your fingers, get on your knees, and pray if you're an Alabama fan. It's your favorite time of every Alabama game. It's Talty time. That's right. It's field goal time for Bama. Guys got, what, a 20% field goal percentage? Here we go. He's 1 for 1 today. Can he break his own record and make 2 in a row? About to find out. Here you go, ladies and gentlemen. The worst college kicker on the planet. Talty. The kick is up, and he nailed it. 20-13, Alabama extends their lead. 57-yard touchdown for Virginia Tech. Well, that's not good. Well, the game's almost over. It don't matter. I got Virginia -8 in that one. Bama lost to FSU, but no one cares. Well, there's a reason that that's considered the worst loss of any top 15, or hell, any ranked team for that matter. You don't think the ACC is bad, Pete? Has anybody checked on Jackpot? I hope he's okay. I was watching the end of his stream. He got mad and rage quit at the end. The ACC did well versus the SEC today. Well, they went 2-2 yesterday and today. Georgia and Florida won. Kentucky and South Carolina lost. Cade Foster is probably the worst Bama kicker ever. Dude was so bad. I remember him. Yeah, he was bad too. I didn't see him break anything today. The best ACC team didn't score a touchdown against my dogs. Deion Sanders said he has your super chat hanging. What? Kentucky down bad. Foster, why they lost that 2011 game against LSU. I'm entering the transfer portal. I'm verbally committed to team asshole. Hey, congratulations on never losing again a single day in your life. Team asshole's undefeated all time, buddy. Welcome to the squad. Welcome to the squad, my man. Diego Poverty's brother arrested at Vanderbilt, Tennessee game at Neyland Stadium. Is that true? For what? What did he do? You got to watch his post-game video. He was hard up, but Tennessee losing saved his season. He takes more joy in watching Tennessee lose than he does in South Carolina winning. Time for South Carolina to fire Beamer and get a way worse coach. I don't think they're going to fire him. I really don't. And I don't think they should. What's my record against the Trolls? Undefeated. Lou, what happened? Knee pads? I don't know what that means. Pardon my ignorance, but who does Jackpot support? Gamecocks. South Carolina. He's a South Carolina fan. Did you know if Cal wins, Miami is in the ACC championship? Everybody else is saying that it's Duke. So no, I didn't know that. Yeah. Everybody else has said it's Duke, so I don't know. Pete said it's not Duke. Everybody else says it is Duke. And now you say it's Miami. I texted Jackpot to see if he was okay, and he responded back saying he was. Okay, that's good news then. That's good news. They just said on the broadcast that it's Duke. It's Duke. It's Duke. I looked it up. It's Duke. Okay. Duke and Virginia. Duke would get in based on highest conference opponent's win percentage. Quarterback draw for the barn here. Spin move. Only picks up a couple of yards. 2nd and 8. Alabama now up 7 after that field goal. 7:20 to go in the third quarter. 20-13 is the score here in the Iron Bowl. Do you think Duke would get in if they won the ACC championship? No. I think James Madison would get in over them. And then the winner of the American Conference, Tulane or North Texas, whoever it is. Uh-oh, going deep. Incomplete, intended for Cam Coleman. 7:01 to go, third quarter. 3rd and 8 now for the barn. Duke should get in if they win the ACC. Yeah, it's the highest 5 ranked conference champions. And I don't know that Duke would end up ranked ahead of James Madison. Empty backfield now on 3rd and 8, 5 wide. Snap, back to throw. 3-man rush from Bama. Throws it downfield. Wow, had a man open and missed him. Bad throw. Incomplete. 4th and 8. They'll have to punt it. What if they just picked the 12 best teams? What a concept. 12 best according to who? There's no such thing as the 12 best teams. Lou, if that happens, can you put the ACC on the year season is over? Yeah, if they don't get anybody in the playoffs, that would be bad. $12 best according to Kirk Herbstreit. Bring back computer polls then so there isn't any bias. Do you know why we got rid of computer polls? Because nobody liked them. That's why. Now everybody that didn't like them wants them. What if you did like every other sport on the planet does, and each conference just put their best 4 teams or whatever in? The top 4 teams, or whoever it was. It seems to work for every other sport on the planet. Don't need computers, don't need a committee, don't need a poll, don't need a ranking. Top 4 teams in each conference, according to the standings at the end of the regular season, make the playoffs. Same as every other sport on the planet. 14-10, Southern Cal up 4. They've got the ball, 1st and 10 on their own 43. 4th quarter just underway. Gilligan's Island throws deep, intercepted. UCLA is going to return this one all the way back across midfield, down to the 42-yard line. Southern Cal turns it over. There is a flag down. Miami not even making the ACC championship game could get in. Yeah, teams make the playoffs every year that didn't play in their conference championship game, including this year. Ole Miss, Texas A&M this year, Oregon this year. The spoiled brats call Notre Dame is your monkey wrench, Lou. Looks like roughing the passer on UCLA, so that means no interception. Take that off the board. Southern Cal keeps the ball and gets a first down. The SEC should break off and just do a SEC championship. Yeah, that's the most. Yeah, why? So you can brag about what? That's the worst idea I've ever heard. We're so good we don't want to play anybody else. Come on, man. We should go back to 4 teams. The goal is to find the best team, not give credit to those who got close. And what would that have meant last year for Ohio State, who was clearly the best team? The idea that a 4-team playoff means that the best team will win is clearly not true. Ohio State was not in the top 4 last year, would not have made the playoffs, yet they won it all. They were clearly the best team. So it's not true that a 4-team playoff will give you a winner guaranteed to be the best team. There's no such thing as who's the best team. That's why you play the games. That's the problem now. You got a room full of dumbasses sitting around trying to tell us that they think Notre Dame is better than Miami. A better team, best team. Well, we watched them play and Miami won the game. They want us to pretend that didn't happen. Under 6 minutes to go now in the third quarter. Bama 3rd and 2 on their own 43. Simpson in a shotgun with 3 wide. Snap, back to throw. Dropped by Jam Miller out of the backfield. It's going to be 4th and 2. They'll have to punt it away. Notre Dame best win is going to be Southern Cal. Maybe. Southern Cal or Navy. Those are their 2 best wins right now. If Southern Cal loses this game, Notre Dame won't have any wins over ranked teams, but Southern Cal is winning 14-10, and they are about to score again, it looks like. 2nd and goal from inside the 5. Southern Cal 14, UCLA 10. Virginia Tech game is over, so we can put a different game on over there. Let's see what else is on. Who's winning the North Carolina-NC State game? Let's check out that one first, just at least see what the score is. Is Bill Belichick toting another L or what? And Southern Cal did score. Extra point will make it 21-10. 11:24 to go in the 4th quarter. Lou, do you blame DJ Durkin for the young man's death in Maryland? I don't know enough about it, and blaming somebody for a death that hasn't been held criminally responsible is a lot to put on somebody. I don't know enough about that case to say. Same thing when people say Brian Kelly killed somebody. I don't know. I don't know enough about that. SMU Cal. Is SMU coming back? Damn, I gotta pee. All that damn coffee. All right, SMU Cal. So actually, all 3 games are on a commercial. I'll be right back. Happy for Tony Elliott. That program went through hell a few years ago with their incident, and it's awesome to see them be where they are today. Yeah, Virginia has punched their ticket to the ACC championship game by defeating Virginia Tech. We need to do a score check on UNLV, though. UNLV is up 28-3. We're gonna make an absolute fucking killing. We are making an absolute killing. We're up $832. We've got UCLA plus 21 for another 100. And then we've got that 3-team bet that pays 300. And it's gonna hit. It is gonna hit. It's a dumb bet, though. You should never do parlays. Hitting a parlay is not an indication that parlays are a good idea. Parlays are a terrible idea. I just happen to be up $600 or $700 already, so I said, fuck it, I'll do a $50 parlay. But parlays are a terrible fucking idea and a terrible bet to make. Even if you hit it, it's still a terrible bet to make. It's like hitting the lottery and then going, wow, I should play the lottery every day. No, you shouldn't pay the lottery every day. Southern Cal kicking off up 21-10 with 11:24 to go. I need UCLA to do something, at least get some first downs, take some time off the clock, something. Auburn back to throw. Pass complete, close to the first down marker on 3rd and 3. I think he got it. And referee says, yes, first down Auburn, just across the 30-yard line. Lou, I DoorDash and you make my Saturday great. Well, hey, I'm glad I can entertain you while you're out working, my man. I hope people are tipping you like they should. Second down coming up for Auburn. 3:45 to go in the third quarter, and it's a 7-point game. 20-13, the Iron Bowl at Auburn this year. Auburn's only touchdown came on a long catch and run by Cam Coleman and had a couple of field goals in the first half. Back to throw on 2nd and 3. Pass complete. Fumble. Alabama recovered it, so if this is a catch, it's going to be Alabama's ball. The other referee says incomplete pass. I'm sure they're going to review this. One ref said fumble. One ref said incomplete pass. Here's the replay. TV announcer says incomplete pass. I still don't see how they have Notre Dame above Miami. Yeah, I don't get it either. They have the same record, and Miami beat them. It doesn't get any more cut and dry than that. I completely agree. So one of two things. If you think Notre Dame should be ranked 9th, that's fine. You should have Miami 8th. If you think Notre Dame should be ranked 15th, that's fine. You should have Miami 14th. There's just no reason for Notre Dame to be ranked multiple spots ahead of Miami. It doesn't make any sense. You're telling everybody in the country that winning that game doesn't matter. Which is why everybody immediately should stop scheduling Notre Dame. And if you have Notre Dame on your schedule in a future year, you should cancel it. There's 3 people in Cal's stadium. I believe that. I haven't seen an aerial view, but I believe that. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. It was ruled an incomplete pass, so Auburn avoids disaster. 3rd and 3 now, 4 wide. Daniels in a shotgun. They're on their own 38. They need to get to the 41. 10 seconds on the play clock. Moving people around now. Now he's ready. Shotgun. Snap. Back to throw. Complete behind the line of scrimmage. Makes one man miss and picks up the first down to the 41. Needed 3, gained 3. First down Auburn. Always tell Uncle Lou what to do. Troll all the time and mistreat Uncle Lou. Love these streams. Keep making the seasons more entertaining. Thank you, Banjo. Here's a big play from the barn. Gain of about 16 or 17 and another first down into Alabama territory. Y'all make the season more entertaining for me, to be honest with you. I feel a little bit selfish sometimes streaming the games because I feel like I get more enjoyment out of it than y'all do half the time. But I do have a good time hanging out with y'all, watching these games, talking about college football. I have a great time. No gain that time. Second down for Auburn. What's you barking at, man? Quit with the barking, dude. Non-stop barking, man. Come on, Berg. Lou, if SMU lose, can add SMU to you what went wrong video series you do in the postseason. Yeah, remind me in the offseason. Remind me. I'll add them to the list. 24-14, 50 seconds to go in the third quarter. Cal 24, SMU 14. Everything on the line for SMU. A trip to the ACC championship game and a potential playoff berth. And they are shitting down their own leg to something named Cal. Auburn has avoided absolute disaster in terms of fumbles 3 times on this drive in the last 5 plays. 3rd and 6, 5 wide, back to throw. Gets rid of it. What a catch. Had to climb the ladder, but went up and got it, and they're inside the Alabama 30. 1st and 10. Yeah, they fumbled 3 times in a 4-play period. 1 was an incomplete pass, 2 up, 1 went out of bounds, and 1 they jumped on. Auburn is trying so hard to fumble this game away. Yeah, they better start holding. Uh-oh. Interception, Alabama on a tip drill. Returned all the way out close to midfield. Tipped up in the air off the hands of an Auburn receiver and right into the arms of an Alabama man. And a good-looking, promising Auburn drive ends in disaster. They were playing with disaster. 3 fumbles, and they didn't lose any of them. But they lose this one, an interception tipped right off the receiver's hands, right to the Alabama man. Alabama gets the ball back up 7. Auburn is allergic to winning. Yeah, it hit the receiver in the hands. It was a laser beam, but it hit him in the hands. You probably got to catch that. Southern Cal still up 21-10 over UCLA, under 9 minutes to go in the game. Auburn's going to have the ball, Bama is going to have the ball on their own 49. Simpson in a shotgun. Snap, play action. Going to go deep here. Simpson's going to get sacked all the way back at his own 37-yard line. Loss of about 10 on the play. Second and 23 now for UCLA. Down 11, 8:40 to go in the game. Simpson is a mess. Second and 19 for Bama on their own 40. 4 wide. Motion. Snap. Throws complete behind the line of scrimmage and has some blockers. Gets back up to around the original line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and 10 now for Bama. That's the end of the third quarter, 20-13. Oklahoma is the Alabama state champs anyway. Yeah, they did beat them both, didn't they? Let's check that UNLV score. I got $300 riding on it. I've got UNLV minus 7.5. They're up 28-3, and it's almost halftime, so it's looking good. It's looking good. I think Sir UJ did the same parlay. Did UCLA pick up that first down on 3rd and 21? They sure did. First down, UCLA. They just won't go away. UCLA won't give up, will they? Crosstown rivalry game, they said they're going to try the entire time. 1st and 10, UCLA at the Southern Cal 40. They're down 11, 21-10. Nico, shotgun, pump fake, spins out of the pocket, throws near the sideline. Referee says he caught it, but he was out of bounds. Incomplete pass. 2nd and 10 now for UCLA. Vandy would have to win 40-something straight to even make the series respectable. They will be back to basement dwellers next year. Maybe. Lou, are you not worried about that bookie? Why would I be worried about that bookie? Fuck him. He better look into toys. Or if he's got any kids, he better look into Toys for Tots, because he owes me a fucking boatload. And he's paid me a fucking boatload over the last 2 months. Fuck him. Fuck that gypsy scuzz bucket bookie what lives across the river from me. Fuck him and his camper that he lives in, or whatever the fuck he's got. Is poverty the Heisman favorite? No. Cal just scored again. Boy, they are running away with this thing. They are running away with this thing. Don't look now, but Duke is headed to the ACC 7-5. Is Duke really 7-5? Duke is 7-5. Duke has losses to Illinois, Tulane, Georgia Tech, UConn. They've lost to 2 Group of 5 teams. God damn. If Duke wins the ACC, the ACC is not getting anybody in. I mean, it's that simple. That's a damn shame, too. If Duke wins, Vandy will probably get in. Duke winning doesn't have any effect at all on Vandy's chances of getting in. Why are we hiding people? Stop hiding people. On 3rd and 11, Bama has to use a timeout. The play clock was down to 0. Start of the 4th quarter here, and Bama has to use a timeout to keep from taking a penalty. Joey Galloway name dropped you on Notre Dame pregame? What? What Notre Dame pregame? I heard it too. What did he say? You talking shit about me? Joey Galloway don't want these problems. Yeah, I'd like to see it too. What show was it on? Third and 11 for Bama. He mistreated me? Third and 11, Bama gains about 5. Going to be 4th down. They'll have to punt it again. He said that Wu works at Hillshire Farms. I think he was talking about Uncle Lou Holtz. Yeah, that sounds a lot more likely. That sounds a lot more likely. Texas should be in over Vandy. Texas has 3 losses, but they're not getting in. They lost to a 3-win, 4-win Florida team. Fair catch called by Auburn on their own 11. Still a 7-point game. All right, 1st and 10, Auburn on their own 12. Keep it on the ground here. Gain of about 6 right up the middle. 2nd and 4 coming up for Auburn. If Bama beats Auburn, you might as well just give them the FCC championship because Georgia ain't beating them. Yeah, that's where you're wrong, bud. Georgia's undefeated all time in same season rematches against Alabama. Of course Georgia's going to beat them. Incomplete pass on 2nd and 5. But there is a flag down. I think they're going to get Bama for pass interference here. SMU stepped out, I think. Big play from SMU down inside the 5. Going to be 1st and goal, SMU. But they're down 17 with 13 minutes to go. So they need a massive comeback here or their season is literally over. Uncle Lou better than Joey Galloway. Of course, of course. Big facts. What's up, Tiger Baskets? Good to see you, buddy. Keith Parker says Auburn is about to drop a deuce inside the Alabama lid behind the commode. Damn. That would just be rude. That would just be rude, wouldn't it? All right, 1st and 10, Auburn. Back to throw. Nearly intercepted again. In and out of the hands of an Alabama man. Mincy dropped an interception that time. Auburn dodges another turnover bullet. Boy, Auburn is just trying to turn the ball over in this second half on almost every play, it seems like. If he puts a little more air under this ball, though, it might be a big play. The receiver was open on a seam route. Didn't put enough air on it. 2nd and 10 for the Barn. They're on their own 29. Empty backfield. Quarterback draw. Nowhere to go. Back to the line of scrimmage. That's it. 3rd and 10. Jolie says, watch this game and every game and even Pavia's mom. NCAA free stream. I'm not a bot. This is real. Thank you, Jolish. Those new Auburn gloves sponsored by KY. Pass complete and picks up the 1st down and then some across. This might be a touchdown, y'all. 30, 10, 5, down to the 4. A huge fucking catch and run. On 3rd and 10, a 5-yard pass turns into a 60-yard gain. And boy, things are about to get really interesting for Alabama and Kalen DeBoer. If Auburn can punch this in, the heat is going to be on Kalen DeBoer. Southern Cal's fixing to score again. Fuck. Ashton Daniels on the ground down to the 2. 2nd and goal coming up for Auburn. Southern Cal just scored again. There's only 2.5 minutes to go. They're going to be up 18. We've got UCLA plus 21. So Southern Cal can't score any more points or they're going to ruin our day. Oh, come on, JR. Stick around, buddy. It's going to be good. There's still plenty of time left. 11:50 to go. Second and goal from the 2. Shotgun. Snap. Handoff. Touchdown Auburn. We're going to have a tie game pending an extra point. I can't believe what I'm seeing, y'all. I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. Touchdown retards. You got to be more specific. This is the Auburn-Alabama game. Which group of retards scored? The Auburn group or the Bama group? Boy, there's about to be some serious heat on Kalen DeBoer here in the last 12 minutes of this game. Extra point is good, and we are all tied at 20 in the Iron Bowl in prime time with 11:43 to go. This is getting unbelievable to watch here. Auburn has really been moving the ball in the second half. Even that last possession, they were driving before they turned it over. So there's going to be some pressure on Alabama here. You want to talk about SMU blowing it to Cal. Everything on the line for Bama, too. Forget the SEC championship game. If Bama loses, they're out of the playoffs. Lane train to Tuscaloosa. DeBoer got a winner. He's hitchhiking home. And if Bama loses, DeBoer's just going to get on a plane and fly to Penn State. I just saw one of my friends on TV at the game going nuts. He's a big Auburn fan. Oh, that's cool. Kyle, what's up, buddy? If Auburn pulls off the upset, it's not a good look for Florida State. That would hurt our strength of schedule. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's still a lot of time left. Bama can definitely win this game. They can definitely win this game. All right, Southern Cal went for 2 for no reason, so they're up 19 now. UCLA returns this kick across the 30, 35, 40, 45, out of bounds at the 46-yard line. So they'll have good field position here, but only 2:21 to go in the game, and they're down 19. We've got UCLA plus 21, so we're good right now, but we can't have any more Southern Cal points in that game. Bama fan, that's quality shit talking, yeah. DeBoer needs your G-Shock. I got it on, but I guess it's working for Auburn instead of Bama today. That's like saying if FSU pulled Miami's thingy and stroked a good win. That Florida State fan talking about Alabama hurting their strength of schedule. Kyle, that might have been the best comment of the night, buddy. That was a good one. Imagine Virginia wins the ACC and Miami still can't win ACC. Yeah, it's going to be Virginia against Duke unless SMU comes back to win. Then we'll get Virginia versus SMU. 10-point game. SMU is down. 3rd and 6 for Cal. They're back to throw. Incomplete. Cal's going to have to punt it back to SMU. So SMU is going to get the ball back with about 11 minutes to go, down 10. UCLA pass complete. Wow. A tip drill off one receiver's hands up into the air, into the arms of another wide receiver who was laying on the ground. There is a flag down, though. Who we rooting for? I only had a bet on the first half of the game, so I don't care who wins now. I'm just glad we're getting an exciting game here to end rivalry weekend. I'm not against a one-reason, 2-point conversion. You don't need one. Ross Dellinger just announced that LSU will be sending 2 planes to Oxford tomorrow to pick up Kiffin and his family. Well, Ross Dellinger is usually a pretty reputable source. see, Ross Dellinger. LSU executives and Lane Kiffin's reps held a call after the Tigers game at Oklahoma to continue solidifying the deal with travel plans. The university is sending 2 planes to Oxford on Sunday for Kiffin, his family, and others, sources tell at Yahoo Sports. So there you go. All right, Alabama with the ball. All tied here in the Iron Bowl. 11 and a half minutes to go in the fourth quarter. 20-20 is the score. Alabama hadn't done much offensively in a while. Auburn's been hot. And we've got an injured Alabama player. Looks like Jam Miller, the running back. They're looking at his leg. Don't know if it's just a cramp or something more serious. Lane Kiffin waiting for the Bama job. Yeah, Auburn's done come back and tied it up. Parlay's looking good, Lou. Yeah, you got the same one, right? Yeah. We can't have any more points in this Southern Cal game. We don't need... Southern Cal can't score anymore, but other than that, we look golden right now. Brian Kelly to Ole Miss. Could happen. Just a trade. Brian Kelly to Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin to LSU. Is Alabama in a bad way? Yeah, I mean, it's not over by any means, but Auburn's got all the momentum. They're at home. The crowd is going nuts. And the hair on the back of Kalen DeBoer's neck is in a bad way right now. He's feeling the heat right now. Good morning, Lou. How goes the stream? So far, so good, my man. A handful of trolls, low level. You know the routine. You already know. Oxford to Baton Rouge isn't driving quicker than flying, even if on a private jet. No, not if on a private jet, no. UCLA damn near threw an interception there. We definitely don't need that. 2nd and 10. Lane going to LSU. Well, there are definitely 2 planes going from LSU to Ole Miss. Still nothing from Lane Kiffin, but everything's pointing that direction. Black and navy blue clashes. YouTube giving 3 unskippable ads now. Yeah, this is the YouTube makes a shitload of money this time of year on ads because of the Christmas rates. They charge a lot more for ads this time of year because of Christmas time. So I'm not surprised they're running more ads, which in turn pays me more. So I'm definitely not complaining. I'm pulling for Auburn because if Alabama loses, then Miami makes the playoffs for sure. You're probably right. That's probably who takes Bama's place. You know, everybody's talking about Texas at 9-3 or Vandy at 10-2 or whatever. It would make the committee's life really easy if they were able to get Miami and Notre Dame in. I'm not horny enough for Iron Bowl to be a close game. Well, I appreciate you sharing. Or in this case, oversharing. I'm pulling for Auburn because if Alabama loses, then Miami makes the playoffs for sure. Lane Kiffin waiting for the Bama job. I appreciate y'all hitting the super chat. Joelish, Keith, Nicholas DePerno, Greg, thank you. I think I missed this one, Greg. I'm sorry. He says there's got to be some type of voodoo magic that exists at Jordan-Hare. I know George has been on the wrong end of some weird situations there. That's for sure. And Bama has too. Remember the kick 6, for example? Yeah, I appreciate y'all hitting the super chats. That means a lot. I really appreciate that, y'all. Y'all are very generous. 2nd and 8 for Bama. They're on their own 27. Simpson in a shotgun. Snap. Looks right. Throws right. Caught. Tackled at the 31. It's going to be 3rd and 4 now for Bama. 3rd and 4. Isaiah Horton with the catch that time. If Bama loses, will DeBoer be fired? No. But he might quit and take another job. But no, he won't be fired. 3rd and 4. 3 wide to the bottom. 1 in tight at the top. Shotgun. Daniel Hill, I believe that is, at running back. Simpson doing the thing where he's got to talk to everybody on the team first. Going down the line of scrimmage to the tight end, to the running back. Now he's ready. Motion. Snap. Back to throw. Incomplete. Wow. Oh no, they're going to get Auburn for pass interference. Boy. Boy. Auburn shooting themselves in the foot there. That wasn't a good throw. Pass interference on Auburn's going to give Bama a first down instead of having to punt it away. Boy, oh boy, that is a touchy call there. That is a touchy call there. Well, he did have one of his hands kind of around his shoulder, so I guess you got to make that call there. He did have a hand over his shoulder. 1st and 10, Bama now just across the 40. 10:25 to go. Snap. Handoff. Trips and falls after a gain of 2. Daniel Hill with the carry. Jam Miller's still out with that leg injury, so Daniel Hill, the running back here, might have gained 2 or 3 yards. Going to be 2nd down now. SMU with the ball down 10, 4th and 1. They're going to go for it and pick up the first down. So still alive with 9 minutes to go, but they're down 10. If they win, they're in the ACC championship game. If they lose, season over. TV said West Virginia loss today was the biggest home loss since 1891. What? I know they played Texas Tech, or no. Who did West Virginia play today? Was it Texas Tech? Yeah, I think it was Texas. What was the final score of that game? Back to throw. Simpson floats it out, caught. Tackled about a yard short of the first down. Going to be 3rd and 1 right at midfield. 49-0. God dang. Texas Tech ain't playing with people. Pushing and shoving here in Southern Cal UCLA game, but that's the last play of the game, so probably get everybody separated and that'll be it. (29-10), Southern Cal beats UCLA, so we won that one. We won the Virginia one. Now we just need UNLV. Simpson in the pocket. Floats it up in the air. Incomplete. Fourth down. 4th and 1. What do they do here? 8:53 to go. Simpson floated that ball up in the air. Lucky it didn't get intercepted. I don't really know what he was doing here. 4th and 1. Alabama's offense is on the field. They're right at midfield. Jam Miller on crutches headed to the locker room, so that's not a good sign. Let's hope he's going to be okay. Simpson under center on 4th and 1 at midfield. Rolls right. Wow. Magician play from Ty Simpson there. Should have been tackled for a 4-yard loss. Made 2 Auburn defenders miss. And somehow stumbled forward for a first down. And Alabama keeps the drive alive. Great play by Ty Simpson here. Look at that. Wow. 3 Auburn players. Four Auburn players had a chance to tackle him for a loss. He gets loose and stumbles forward. First down, Bama. Amazing play by Ty Simpson. 1st and 10 just across midfield now. Under center this time. Snap. Handoff. Daniel Hill. Tackled. No, breaks a tackle. Auburn having a hard time tackling on these last 2 plays. Should have been tackled for no gain. Instead, it's a 9-yard gain. Daniel Hill with some hard running there between the tackles and poor tackling here from Auburn on each of these last 2 plays. And Bama's moving now. It's going to be 2nd and 1. Look at him drag these Auburn players down the field. Wow. 2nd and 1, just inside the 40. Simpson in a shotgun. 7.5 minutes to go in the game. Snap. Another handoff. First down to the 30. First and 10, Bama at the Auburn 30. This is the best drive Bama's had in a while. Lou, how about Vandy smoking Rocky Flop? Yeah, that was a beatdown today. That Tennessee defense is bad, bad, bad. Kind of soft. We stood on the logo after the game. Well, I mean, you know what Ohio State was wanting to do. I don't blame the players for doing that. Another handoff. This time only gains a couple of yards. It's going to be 2nd and 8 on the 29. I just foo-foo inside my toilet again. It was quite the scenery. Thank you for sharing that with us, Keith. But just FYI, that's oversharing there. That's oversharing. We did not need to know that. But thank you for the super chat. 2nd and 7 for Bama on the Auburn 29. 6.5 minutes to go now. Bama bleeding this clock down. 3 wide to the bottom. Simpson doing the talk to everybody thing again. Now he's ready. Snap. Handoff. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's about it. It's going to be 3rd and long now for Bama. Going to have to throw it now. SMU touchdown. I missed it. Is that true? 3-point game if they scored. SMU just won't give up, will they? SMU just will not give up. All right, here we go. 3rd and 6. Or we're going to see an Alabama field goal attempt, which, of course, will be interesting. Alabama's field goal kicker 2 for 2 today, though. Simpson back to throw. Auburn blitzes everybody. Knocked away, incomplete in the end zone. Isaiah Horton nearly came down with that thing. Auburn, man, knocks it away at the last minute in the end zone. 4th and 6, and we're going to see, what are the referees doing now? There's a flag down. What are the referees doing now? Roughing the passer on Auburn. Holy shit. I didn't even see it, so I don't know. Good call, bad call, what? I got no idea. But that's a boy, that's a terrible fucking call. I mean, people are getting pushed into him. That's a horrible fucking call. That is a terrible fucking call there. That is a horrendous call. 3rd and long, earlier on this drive, Alabama gets bailed out with a pass interference, and now a ridiculous roughing the passer penalty. That's just a ridiculous call. 1st and 10, Bama on the 14. Ty Simpson keeps. Ty Simpson scores. Touchdown, Alabama. Wow. Another flag down. This might be a makeup penalty against Bama. Holding on Bama, so take the touchdown off the board, but it's a little too late to be trying to do a makeup call for blowing that last one. But that was a horrifically bad roughing the passer call. People were getting pushed around everywhere, and they called roughing the passer because the guy hit Ty Simpson below the waist. Fuck, you can't hit him in the head. You can't hit him below the waist. The pass interference call was a little iffy, but like Auburn did have a hand on him, so that's one thing. But that roughing the passer call was bad. Toss sweep here for Bama. Tackled behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 2. It's going to be 2nd and long now for Bama. (31-28), Cal up over SMU. 7.5 minutes to go in that game. Cal's got the ball on their own 27. If SMU wins, they're in the ACC championship game to play Virginia. If SMU loses, Duke plays Virginia. 2nd and 11, Simpson back to throw. Caught. short of the first down, but it's going to be 3rd and short for Bama. I guarantee these refs are the exact same ones that have made up rules on the fly to penalize UGA for gunner clapping. What if I was an Auburn fan? Man, that would suck. Seems like questionable calls against them. The pass interference call, I mean, it was close, but the Auburn guy did have a hand on him early. But that roughing the passer, I mean, for such a critical call in the game, at such a critical time in the game, on such a critical play, 3rd and 6 or whatever it was, to make that call there, I disagree with that one. Bama's going to have to spend a timeout here. 3rd and 2. They finally called the 1 out of 10 holding penalties on Bama. That's the worst roughing call I've ever seen. Bama down to 1 timeout. You have to beat Bama and the refs. I don't think the refs are not in the pocket for Bama. They're just bad at their job. What happened to the refs during the Oklahoma game? Bama always been paying Bama. Yeah, I don't believe any of that. That the refs are bought and paid for and they want one team to win or another. They're just bad at their job. Dirty ass. I don't think they're dirty. I just think they're bad at their job. 3rd and 9 now for Cal. SMU needs to come up with a stop here. There's 5:46 to go in the game. SMU down 3. Cal with the ball, 3rd and 9 on their own 37. Back to throw. Under pressure. Gets rid of it. Caught, but tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Going to be 4th and long. SMU is going to get the ball back down 3 with about 5 minutes to go. ESPN said Notre Dame hasn't made a field goal since October 11th against NC State. I think they pretty much quit kicking them because their kicker was so bad. They pretty much just quit. Somebody said earlier Jeremiah Love got hurt. That wasn't nothing serious, was it? Is that game on TV? Yeah. I hope that's not a serious injury to Jeremiah Love. He's one of the best, he's probably the best player in college football. He's not in the game right now. They got Jadarian Price in there. 2nd and goal, Notre Dame. And it's going to be a touchdown, Notre Dame. They're going to go up 14-0 here near the end of the first quarter. What type of injury was it to Jeremiah Love? Did anybody see it? Love went in the injury tent. Well, that's better than going back to the locker room. Any idea what kind of injury? It's something in his midsection. Okay. Hopefully it's not a... What would the midsection be? With a broken rib or something? All right, SMU with the ball on their own 27, down 3. About 5 minutes to go in the game. Big play. Cross midfield all the way down to the 41, 42-yard line. He fumbled, though. He fumbled. Ref says he was down, though. Ref says ground caused the fumble. All right, 3rd and 2, Bama. Simpson under center. Now he's in a shotgun. They're on the 7. They need to get to the 4. Snap. Rolls right. Throws into the end zone. Deflected. Incomplete. Going to be 4th and 2. And they're going to have to roll the dice here for a 3rd time with the field goal kicker. Can he make a 3rd one? He's 2 for 2 today. Is Bama going to go for it? Yeah, Bama's going to go for it instead of kicking a go-ahead field goal here from the 7-yard line. Shotgun for Simpson. Snap, back to throw. Throws, caught, touchdown Bama. They're going to take the lead. Wow, what a drive by Bama. A couple of critical Auburn penalties helped them out. But they finally get back in the end zone. They're up 6. The extra point will make it 7. 26-20. Extra point will make it 27. 3:50 to go in the game. So plenty of time for Auburn. Plenty of time. DeBoer must not care if he gets fired. Do they go for 2 with how they're converting on 4th down? Bold call. I respect it. Here comes the extra point. It's good. 27-20 with 3:50 to go. SMU's down inside the 10-yard line already. 1st and goal. SMU at the 6. 3.5 minutes to go in the game. They're down 3. If they win, they're headed to the ACC championship game. If they lose, Duke is headed there. Virginia already punched their ticket. SMU on 1st and goal gets down to the 1. 2nd and goal from the 1. Under 3 minutes to go now. Here comes the kickoff for Alabama. Kick's going to be returned from the 2, out across the 10, to the 15, to the 22. 1st and 10 Auburn at their own 22-yard line. There's still plenty of time, 3:45, but they're down 7. Their last 2 drives have been really good drives. The last one was a touchdown. The one before that, they were driving and threw an interception. I believe the barn will win. I believe the barn will win. I believe the barn will win, says Carson. I guess the ultimate cheater, Saban, is still pulling the strings on the referees. I think the referees are just bad at their job. Why didn't the referees win the Oklahoma game for Bama? That would have been something good they could have done, but they didn't. Pass complete behind the line of scrimmage, shoved out of bounds after a gain of about 3, up to the 25. 3:40 to go now. 2nd and about 7 for the barn. Quarterback draw. Picks up the 1st down, gain of about 10 on 2nd and 6. All the way up to the 30. 32-yard line. It's not rigged that precisely. Tons of different people are giving these refs bags. It's influence. Yeah, that's just not true at all. Did they forget to pay him for the Oklahoma game, or how does that work? Another quarterback run. Picks up about 4 yards this time. Florida man did something Bama man couldn't. Beat the Trail of Tears. Yeah, Florida took care of Florida State today. Auburn has a good rush. Alabama not so much. 2:45 to go now. 2nd and 4 for Auburn. They're on the 39. Back to throw. Incomplete. 3rd and 4 coming up. 2nd and goal for SMU inside the 1-yard line with 2.5 minutes to go in the game. The clock doesn't stop when you go out of bounds anymore until the 2-minute warning. They changed that rule a couple of years ago. Touchdown SMU. They're going to take the lead over Cal with 2:22 to go. 3rd and 4 for Auburn. They're on their own 39. Shotgun 4 wide. Back to throw. Running for his life. Gets rid of it. Incomplete. Going to be 4th and 4. Biggest play of the game coming up for the barn. Lou, I'm merely suggesting if SMU wins, do not give us any credit for this piss-poor performance. Well, it won't matter in the end whether you win by 1 or 100. You're headed to the ACC championship game with a possible trip to the playoffs on the line. But yeah, this is a pretty bad performance here on the road at a pretty bad Cal team. Back to throw. Incomplete. Flags down. I think this is this another makeup call? They're going to call pass interference on Bama now? Yep. They're going to get Bama with a made up pass interference now. Trying to make up for blowing it earlier. Can I ask the conspiracy theory people that were in here a minute ago to explain this pass interference call on Bama when all they have to do is not make that call and the game's over, Bama would win? Why would the referees that Bama paid to win this game make that call right there? Can any of the conspiracy theory people answer that question for me or no? Back to throw on first down. Pass complete at midfield, gain of 5. Is it true Mike Norvell now has 5 losing seasons? 4 losing seasons in 6 years for Mike Norvell at Florida State. 4 out of 6. NC State has now won 5 straight against North Carolina. Thank you, Inverted Thrills and Thomas Wilson, for the super chats. I appreciate it. 2-minute warning. Timeout for the 2-minute warning. It's going to be 2nd and 5 when we come back. Auburn has the ball at midfield, down 7. Notre Dame, man, y'all don't hurt yourself tonight. Play a real team already. NC State beat the crap out of them 42-19. I think the Barnes should kick the extra point if they score. Stanford punts the ball. Notre Dame with a fair catch at the 15. 28 seconds to go in the first quarter. Notre Dame 14, Stanford 0. The story in that one right now, an injury to Jeremiah Love. Don't know how serious it is. Kyle just reminding us that he hates his own team. Thank you, Kyle. Florida State man there. Losing to NC State was not the plan for Belichick at this stage of his life. Interception coming soon. Kiffin is supposedly waiting to see if Auburn wins the Iron Bowl. If they do, he wants to coach the conference championship. If I was Ole Miss and he's waiting around like this, I would pack his bags for him and tell him to get the fuck out. Who the hell wants a coach that doesn't want to be there anymore? I would pack his bags for him and tell him to get the fuck out at this point. Lou, did you watch the Penn State game? It was a really good game. No, I checked on it every once in a while, but I didn't watch it, no. 40-21, FSU is ass. Yes, they are. Notre Dame is it, clearly. Is it what? Does Jackson Arnold even come to the games? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. I don't know. Should Vandy be over Notre Dame? Love has a month off. No, Lou, you don't understand. It's only rigged when my team has the flag thrown against them. It's good refereeing when it's against the other team. Oh, no, believe me, I get it. The conspiracy theory people, it's really easy to make their argument fall apart. All you have to do is apply about this much logic to the situation, and the argument of the conspiracy theorist falls apart pretty quick. Can the committee leave out Notre Dame? Of course they can. They can do whatever they want. Lane Kiffin headed to LSU. Well, there's 2 jets headed from LSU to Ole Miss. Nothing from Lane Kiffin yet, though. I figured they'd at least show him a time or 2 on the sidelines, but I've yet to see him. Texas, no way they may. No, Texas not getting in, though. I don't think there's a conspiracy, but I do think gambling apps are easy to use. Miami belongs in the playoff. Don't give a fuck what the Notre Dame fan says. Yeah, refs need to be fired. We need to get better ones, 100%. Yeah, the referees are fucking horrible. All right, the game's back on. 2nd and 5. 2 minutes to go in the game. Ball at midfield. Auburn down 7. Shotgun. Quarterback draw. Gain of 3. It's going to be 3rd and 2. Notre Dame should not be in the playoffs. Notre Dame has the 2nd best running back in football on the field right now. Just on ESPN, Lane headed to LSU, waiting on Iron Bowl conclusion. Auburn almost took what would have been a devastating sack. Ends up barely getting rid of it and throwing it away. It's going to be 4th and 2. Game on the line here, 4th and 2. A minute 35 to go, 4th and 2, game on the line. Back to throw. First down. Boy, that was close. He danced around in that hole for way too long, but finally found a crease, put his head down, and picked up the first down with a minute 27 to go. Auburn somehow still alive. Texas versus Michigan in the Disappointment Bowl. That'd be a good game, kind of like Alabama and Michigan last year. 1:13 to go. A handoff right up the middle for 5 or 6 yards. 2nd down coming up. 1:05 to go. Clock ticking. Auburn not using any timeouts here. They hurry back to the line of scrimmage. A lot of time ticking off, though. Empty backfield, 5 wide. Snap. Back to throw. Now he's going to run. Has room. First down. Inside the 30. Out of bounds at the 27 with 40 seconds to go. Boy, this is going to come down to the end, ain't it? Absolutely going to come down to the end. Just because I love watching Lou. Hey, thank you, buddy. I appreciate the super chat, my man. I love hanging out with y'all. We're getting a good one here to wrap up rivalry week, aren't we? All right, 40 seconds to go. Auburn on the Bama 27, down 7. Snap. Pass complete behind the line of scrimmage. Breaks a tackle. Fumble. Bama recovers. Game over. Wow. What an ending. What an ending. Not sure what they're talking about, but it pretty clearly was a fumble to me. Wow. A big hit and pretty obviously a fumble. Yep. No doubt about it. It's a fumble. That's going to be Alabama's ball, and that's going to do it. I mean, Auburn's got 3 timeouts. I guess they'll use them here, but that was their chance. Alabama's going to hang on and win. I think that was Cam Coleman that fumbled the ball, too, their best player. Look at Cal down here. Cal has the ball inside the 5-yard line with a chance to win the game. 46 seconds to go. Ty Simpson's going to keep the ball. Gain of a yard. Auburn takes the first timeout with 28 seconds to go. 46 seconds to go in the Cal-SMU game. SMU's up 4, but Cal's got the ball inside the 5-yard line. 2nd and goal. Cal's about to send Duke to the ACC championship game. The refs caused that fumble. Shit, Kyle. Bama been ripping at the ball all game, and it finally caught up to them. Yeah, well, Auburn had that drive a little while ago where they fumbled 3 times on the same drive, but somehow recovered them all. Cal, touchdown. Unbelievable. Both of these games. Cal has retaken the lead with 40 seconds to go. Alabama on the ground right up the middle on 2nd and 9, gains 3, and Auburn takes their second timeout. Cal has just taken the lead with 42 seconds to go. The extra point will make it 38-35. Bama doesn't deserve the playoffs? What? I disagree with that. 10-2 Bama, they deserve to get in. Duke isn't going to the ACC championship. If Cal wins, they are. That's what everybody was saying. If Cal wins, Duke is going. Both the Cal fans are losing their minds. Why is Alabama running the quarterback against a rival and under 30 seconds left in the game so stupid? Because they think he's their safest bet to not fumble. 3rd and 6, gain of 3. It's going to be 4th and 3. Auburn takes their last timeout with 20 seconds to go. So Auburn will get the ball back with 20 seconds to go and no timeouts. Bama going to beat Georgia again in the title game. No, Georgia's undefeated all time against Alabama in same season rematches. Georgia will beat them next week. Yeah, Virginia versus Duke, if Cal holds on to win, which it looks like they will. If Cal beats SMU, it's going to be Duke versus Virginia in the ACC championship game. At least that's what everybody's been saying, based on the tiebreakers. All right, Alabama out to punt. 20 seconds to go in the game. Auburn's all out of timeouts. Fumbled the punt. Auburn fumbled the punt. Should have been Alabama's ball, but they knocked it out of bounds instead. Boy. Boy, comedy of errors for Auburn here in the last minute of this game. Goes out of bounds, so it will be Auburn's ball, but there's only 10 seconds left in the game. All right, 10 seconds to go. Alabama only rushing 3. Two seconds left. Game over. They completed the pass on that final play, but only for about a 9-yard game, and that's it. Alabama wins the Iron Bowl 27-20. Auburn finishes 1-7 in the SEC, 5-7 overall. No bowl game, no coach. Alabama 10-2, headed to Atlanta next week to play Georgia in the SEC championship game, and then headed to the playoffs. Both Georgia and Bama both will be in the playoffs regardless of the outcome next week. 38-35, Cal did score. They're up 3. SMU goes to the ACC championship game with a win, but they're down 3 with 43 seconds to go. They've only got 1 timeout. They're on their own 25, 1st and 10. Snap, back to throw. A big play all the way up near midfield. Boy, SMU just won't give up. A field goal, send that game to overtime. Ty Simpson jerking his ding-a-ling on the sidelines. 1st and 10 SMU on their own 46. 37 seconds to go in the game. They've got one timeout. Pass complete. About a yard short of the first down. The clock keeps running. 30, 29, 28, 27. They're saving that timeout for a field goal, I'm sure. A handoff picks up the first down. Big gain. They're in the field goal range. 18 seconds to go. They're in field goal range. Time for another couple of plays, maybe. False start on SMU. Or offsides on Cal. I'm not sure which. Bama is so lucky. Is that Aaron Murray calling the SMU game? I've got no idea. I got the games on mute. Read my comments, woo. Pay me. Georgia will win next week. Hey, Joe, look at this dumb shit I hit here. Hold on, I'll put it on the screen. Look at this. UNLV minus 7.5, Virginia minus 8, UCLA plus 21, $50 to win 300. Virginia and UCLA already covered, and UNLV is up huge. What's it at now? What is it at now? I say that. They were up huge last time I looked. Yeah, they're up 35 to 10. How about that three-teamer, Joe? Baby. Lou, when is someone going to tell Auburn receivers that going out of bounds stops the clock? Ole Miss going to be down bad. DeBarn versus Gump was a good game. Hell, it was a great fucking game. That was an unbelievable Iron Bowl. If SMU loses, Duke gets in. Yeah, that's what everybody keeps saying. They're in field goal range, though. Well, they're close to field goal range. 1st and 15 after that false start penalty. There's 16 seconds to go in the game, and they've got no timeouts. $16 seconds to go. They're out of timeout, so they got to be careful here with what kind of play they run. They need about 5 yards to get into field goal range. But they got to be careful. Now, Cal's going to take a defensive timeout. Time to play Bama with half of an offensive line. Everybody's got injuries, my man. It's the end of the regular season. Everybody's got injuries. UJ is playing better defense than the first game with Alabama. Notre Dame going to win the Powder Puff Finals. Double reverse pass, I'm calling it. Georgia will never beat Bama anymore until Kirby learns how to change his coaching style versus Bama. Where is the Cal fans? I don't think there are any Cal fans, honestly. Georgia was ass against Tech. How they beating Bama? I don't know. Bama was ass against Auburn. How they beating Georgia? See how that works? You know Georgia Tech's ranked and has a top 5 offense and didn't score a touchdown against Georgia? You do know that, right? You do know Georgia and Bama already played. It was a 3-point game where Georgia missed a field goal in the second half that would have tied it. You do know that, right? You act like Bama beat Georgia by 50. UJ will put another 200 yards rushing on Bama. Louisville smoked Kentucky. Regular season over. Almost. A couple of games still on, but yeah, just about it for the regular season. Alabama is a lock for SEC championship. Yeah, Georgia and Bama. Atlanta and UJ against win, won't Bama. What the fuck? All right, 12 seconds to go. 2nd and 12 for SMU. Back to throw. They've got no timeouts. Better be careful. Nearly intercepted, and there's a flag down. If that's a holding on SMU, I think it's a 10-second runoff and game over. It's going to be a chop block. There's 8 seconds on the clock. 3rd down. No foul. They waived off the penalty. So no penalty. Well, I don't know what the fuck's going on. 8 seconds to go. The clock is stopped because of the incomplete pass. They're lined up for a field goal to try to tie it up. It's a long one, too. 52-yarder from the right hash to try to tie it up with 8 seconds to go. Timeout. Cal. Ice the kicker routine. Lou, appreciate the entertainment. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, buddy. Alabama versus Georgia for the SEC championship. Yep, next Saturday. Mendoza, Reed, Sayin, Pavia to New York. You left out Jeremiah Love. UGA versus Bama. Go Dogs. Also another Georgia team. Kennesaw State is playing Jacksonville State in the Conference USA Championship next week. Georgia, please hammer Bama. Kirby definitely shit his drawers on that fumble. Huh? Looking forward to it, Lou. That was a textbook chop block. Good night, Lou. What are your thoughts on the SEC championship? I think Georgia will win. 52-yarder. Here we go. This will tie it up. Snap. Hold. Kick. No good. Wide right from the get-go. SMU is going to lose to Cal. Your ACC championship game is going to be Duke versus Virginia. If Duke wins, the ACC will not be getting a team into the playoffs. If Virginia wins, I do think Virginia will get in. But if Duke wins, the ACC will not get a team in the playoffs unless it's Miami, but it won't be the conference champion. The group of 5 will get 2 teams in. If Duke beats Virginia next week, James Madison will get in, and the winner of Tulane and North Texas. I thought it was an automatic bid for the conference champs. It's an automatic bid for the 5 highest ranked conference champs. And Duke is 7-5. They won't be higher ranked than a 12-1 James Madison. Why not Georgia Tech? They beat Duke. Head-to-head doesn't matter when you've got multiple teams with the same record. It goes to the 3rd and the 4th tiebreaker. Texas Tech will be a tough out. Yeah, Texas Tech is legit, I think. Tide lost first. Georgia knocks Tide out. No. Alabama and Georgia are both in, regardless of what happens in the SEC championship game. G5 John to Florida. That's my thoughts. No, 5 conference champions have to get into the playoffs. It's the 5 highest ranked. So it'll be the SEC champ, the Big Ten champ, the Big 12 champ. And if Duke wins the ACC, it'll be James Madison, who will win the Sun Belt? And then the winner of Tulane, North Texas will win the American. Those would be your 5 highest ranked conference champions. ESPN owns the playoffs. Vandy over Miami. Vandy and Miami both have TV contracts with ESPN. So, but you're mentally retarded. So, that's probably why you didn't know that. Also, ESPN doesn't pick the playoff teams. So there's that too. No, I think you are mentally retarded. That's okay. There's several people in the comment section that are mentally retarded, so you're in good company. Thank you, Brandon. Summerall has already canceled his trip to Florida to meet with the AD. That was 2 weeks ago. All right, y'all, I'm going to get out of here. I've been on since 9 o'clock this morning. I had a great time hanging out, though. Congratulations to Bama. Notre Dame's probably going to win. Well, we saw Virginia win earlier. Cal with a win over SMU. Congratulations to everybody that won. And we'll be back on here next weekend to do it all over again. The Your Season is Over video will be out tomorrow at the normal time, around 6 o'clock or so. And then I'll have the call-in show live Tuesday night at 9 and Thursday night at 9. So if you want to give me a call and talk some college football, I'll see you Tuesday or Thursday night at 9 p.m. Love you guys, and can't wait to do it again next weekend.